that they're blaming for everything going wrong on that side. Instead of saying, hey, thank you, Tiffany, for duplicating your power source the very first time. Thank you, Tiffany, for giving your 9 shares with her literal spots moving on her face, dude. Anyway, thank you, Tiffany, for giving your 9 shares out of 21 on this side to London, the loyalist royalty group up there. For the master manipulator, Mexican mafia, her name was El Jefe. So Lourdes did not lose her crown at all. And to not point out who it was who gave her the 9 shares, because it was Tiffany who did the fucking arm dances on the ground, that was losing her life force and was going to die soon. And they felt bad because she was a mom who had never hurt her kids or anyone else on the planet ever in her entire life in here, because she was never in here. So when they talk about child abuse out loud, or this person did this to their kids or whatever when they were younger or whatever, it is in fact mostly, besides the set up red devil boy voice, mostly a repercussion of what happens when you are a UE member in here and you do have your kids in your lifeline or whatever else keeping you alive, that they can just go back, pick back up with a brand new life force that now we can fix with the S Corporation being theirs, which are in fact the women up here. I swear to God, yes it was. It's the women with children that were doing what they weren't doing that gave Tiffany the life force down here on the ground. She should have never done the arm dances, but she was connected to the evil and did not know that that's what was going to happen. They copied and pasted it. She kept telling them not to or whatever. But that S Corporation where it says for Katie and Mommy and Tiffany to fix our bodies later, that was for them. And Tiffany just owns the deity group, which who knows what it is. But it has stocks and bonds in it. And timeshares probably. And good insurance. That says still everybody else gets to get connected the right way, but not Tiffany. Probably. Who's the real mom? Not Tony the red hair, Tiffany with the red hair, or nobody else either. And I don't know, it is recording. Yeah? What you doing? Got something for you. There's about 12 different clips on here. Each one gets better. I'll come back to it. When you're down and trouble and you need a helping hand, and nothing's going right, close your eyes and think of me. Erase your evil player, Minnie Twanda. To brighten up even your darkest night. Kiss her backward skin and roll back her skin and making her help anyone. You just call through Tiffany's eyes. Making you hell run. It's a split level situation where you can see how to know if we're looking at the right person. And if we do, we're probably looking for their eyes. It's slightly different. See you again. Meow. Winter, spring, summer, or fall. All you got to do is call, and I'll be there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got a friend. If the sky above you turn dark and full of clouds, they have the ice and cozy pill in your bag, or in a Christmas present, or Google, or internet, or don't do that. Bird's back. It's not really the same bird. And the bird thing is literally about a boy, and it's going against the Bible or whatever, right? No boy actually was M-worded at all. It's just that it was a gay thing. I can't even tell you how bad it was. And they did use girls' bodies to do different things or have anal sex or whatever. Can you please get the ice cream scoop story out of there? Because Tiffany is not a guy who had anal sex. Okay, just get it out of there. And it never happened to a kid either. That we know of. Unless they rape somebody with kids attached to it. That's what I'm saying. Oh, I just want to fucking kill him forever saying that. What, the rape thing? No, the other thing. I'm gonna hit you, bitch. But he's looking at Tiffany, I think. What's the matter? You don't like me? Oh my god, you look like you're dying. I am dying. I have no life. I have no money. I have no nothing. Except just keep proving that Tarver song is the truth. That's cute. Did you see it going? Yeah. Did you see the one where the dog was in the water and the fish was kissing his face? Uh-huh. I've never seen anything like that in my life. Eating the germs off of his face, Mom. Come on now. Anyway. Listen. It's just because they're not connected real time at all. But it would be funny if anyone was actually connected real time, like law enforcement. I could sit here and be like, hey, check this out, guy. Do a picture of what you're looking at on your face through somebody else's eyes. And then look at this YouTube video because I'm live, right? And I look at it and I'm all smoking a pipe on live TV going, I have brainstem burning. And then I switch into him. And he's like, wait, what? Just freaking out. That'd be funny, huh? Mister, it was my eyes done codes first to just do looking through people's eyes for porn or being an informant for the DEA for Anthony Diaz. I mean, Sean Plumpett or whoever it wasn't. Katrina Howard. Not the DEA at all. Because she's in Arizona. So it's different when you're in Arizona. Well, I told her to go there. Yeah, but they can't reach their bodies on the ground in Arizona necessarily. Or over here. They used to be able to reach her kind of when she was with AK and they were close enough. Right, so keep Tiffany away from everybody else who may not have a power source to steal or anything else and take their dome pieces off and try to situation as fast as possible towards somebody else's Harbone ever being in here, because Tiffany would never be in here as Tiffany. It would literally be one of us unless she was virtual reality, which it's still like a game, so she'd be here for a game with a fake body or whatever, but she doesn't feel emotional connections to anyone in here, and she'll never actually be able to hug you, Luigi, unless she saw you in real life. But thank you for wanting to hug the mama bear who slid down the driveway with the Unicorn Gang stamp on, saying, I'd never okayed illegal porn, but I would have wrote you, Bam. I mean Bruce, had Mandy ever given me the address. But I never asked her because I figured she would just get jealous. Because we did bond in the bathroom that day about it not being you. Because you weren't the dad of that girl either. Just like Kevin wasn't. And I was never the one who said that because I was never in here. That was Ashley. When you're interviewing us, kind of, but when you're not in front of the camera, we can't see it. So you should make something to eat, Tiff. And see if maybe we can all remember to go stick up for the bitch who's been sitting here for 2 years letting us do our investigations that we all are brainwashed over here. Hurt her fucking situation when she was younger. Or that she stuck up for a child molester. Or that she married one in here and forgot her kids to go do drugs up in Drugland in this alternate universe that doesn't exist. That is in fact called, with different versions of it and syndicates called criminal mafia. They may or may not do whatever, we're not saying. Anyways, all these power sources, copy or whatever, and all these brain stems, a lot of it was just garbage, but the way that they used which was Tiffany's friendship circles, moving fast with Anunnaki connected to it, where they just throw people in the bag or whatever. and do the other things that fix stuff or clear houses or whatever with blue life force or white banishment tools and all that stuff. It's so tight. But you're not allowed to have that privilege if you're not a UE member. And this man up here who was doing it earlier was not a UE member. And if he was, he might have been doing it right on one side. It was deleting the same people on the other side that were doing the opposite. Taking it in and pulling it back out. It was not helping Tiffany at all. It was making her look bad. Like she's controlling them to do stuff. The guy that you mentioned, he's not working anymore at all still. And he's not a millionaire either because he didn't even know about it in here. Right, so Tiffany Browning's lack of money on the ground that stayed in here for reinvestment in the S Corporation paid for her to use her power source that was accidentally created. With all the magic and the blessings you could ever receive from the UE to help prove innocence and fix bodies. And it is expensive. And when you're up here, it is a monthly fee that you're supposed to pay for. And it never once pulled from the life force of somebody else on the ground at all by copying it and pasting it to somebody else in here. Because it wasn't about the life force for Tiffany. It was about the power source, which is different. The power source was the availability to look at something and go, turn that into a Lambo really quick. Or copy a picture and bring it in here. The life force is what keeps Tiffany alive on the ground. She's already lost it almost 3 times. Bowling ball head proves it. We have her life force water commitment right here, where she threw it in the blue mong bong through the wall in real life. Because there was enough synergies lined up to be able to do it all on the same power source. This is it. If you're connected like Tiffany, use backwards cannons, goes in, out, in, you can especially suck her life force out of her and kill her in real life. On accident, it's harder to do it on purpose. But if you're connected like a normal person on the ground, you can't. We don't think. Hopefully they were just Robotrons, right? Yeah, hopefully. And it did too. It had to do with Tiffany driving once again. And she told us she was driving beforehand. And it was fine on the way there. Nothing. Because we don't know for sure if people really die or not. But it is too because Tiffany's driving on the ground with whatever this is going on above her. And we could all probably get disconnected, or she could take the pills if she wanted. But of course we don't want her to, but still. She could probably fix everything if she was working with some sort of law enforcement that has something to do with this on the ground, which it's not even on the ground necessarily because it's in the echelon or whatever. But this bitch is a fucking millionaire, and it was to her Lambo club that we're talking about. So there wasn't even a fucking Lambo club at all before Tiffany invented it with her Facebook that they just tarnished. It's so annoying. It talks about Big Voice in the Sky and everything on there. That's what I'm saying, bro. They're so annoying because they're still embarrassed or whatever for not sticking up for Tiffany. Well, maybe we should just play it off like we were letting them think that Tiffany was a disgusted fucking whatever over here and not knowing that the demons that molested their children were going behind our back and making her look like she beat her kids to death or whatever to try to win, to get out of prison or whatever else. Oh, it's so annoying. I can't even take it. Kratom gets you off heroin. Yeah. And it does help a lot when you get off of Adderall, too. Evie. I wonder if they're doing it on purpose, though, and just making it look like it was because Tiffany drove. Who knows? We get so fucked up. I'm just getting further and further away from telling Tiffany anything because she gets word from a lot of people that they still can't stick up for her, or it didn't go well in court, or whatever they're not saying. And the FBI is literally on it. They're like, yeah, okay, guy. She really hurt her kids, right? When she was a UE member, that she got it from the sky because these boys that were illegal as hell for porn gave her their bodies when they weren't supposed to. Yeah, I just want to get my boots back. Oh, okay. Can I just keep them on for right now? Because I'm cold. Yeah, I'll wear them around the house for the same reason. Well, do you have some other warmer shoes besides those little ball things you have? What else do you have? Those Gravens I had on your phone because the snow was going to be too tight in 5 minutes. I tried something I didn't do to it. Sort of like that. You did, yeah. Ate one. Yeah, the chunk of chocolate on it had cheese. I started melting it down. That exceeds what a legal document preparer is allowed to do under California law. So why did you agree to prepare an RFO if you're not allowed to do that? I know you got some black boots in there. Are they covered up with clothes or something, honey? I said, I know you got some black boots in there. Are they covered up with clothes or something? Yeah, because I've never seen you wear that boot like this or that. I still had 2 or 3 boots in there, but they all leaked. It's raining, so I can't wear them. I only got some big raisins. And you want to be out and stuff. Chuck rated down years ago. He tried to throw it together. They worked to look at me. So spread off. I'm not okay with that at all. Hot bench continues in a moment. You say, I will take him to the end of the rainbow as a victor. I don't think he's being optimistic. Oh, no, sir. Oh, my. Natural isn't cutting it like nature. I'm taking my leaves from the cold and soil. That's natural, too. We made this. I made these. Coldies, packed with zinc, proven to shorten colds. It works. Gotcha. A lot of people need to replace their windows or patio doors, but they put it off because they think it'll be too expensive. Hi, I'm Ann Romer. I'm here with Michael Smith from Renewal by Anderson. You really work with the customers to find affordable solutions. We do. We're the replacement window division of. Remember, I got all those fuzzy socks in there you can wear to keep the feet warm too. Not the silk stick themselves, fuzzy. But they keep here. You should have known by the end of your first conversation with this plaintiff that you weren't able to take this case. Am I right? You say you should be able to receive a full refund of $1,500 no later than 60 days. This business works on cash influx, and as soon as it arrived, it was absorbed by scheduled prearranged obligations. It may take that long to hassle that amount to be able to pay you back. Did you or did you not send that email to the plaintiff in November? I believe it was November 14th.
Word by word. Word by word. Yes. So why don't you owe her the $1,500 now? Well, if you can read so I can read. I said he takes that loan to Harold. The meaning of hassle is there's no guarantees. This is not the fact of your body. Don't you mean by this email that she wouldn't get her $1,500 back? It was a possibility. I was going to hassle it. You might have got to hassle it? That's the word I used for trying to. Are you not the law school now? No, we don't have to. How are you? Well, for this, you want to act as a lawyer, you have to behave as a lawyer. And you should have known that she needed a lawyer. Nothing further to me. So I have a question for you. So I was reading Mary's text, and did y'all ever have a conversation on the phone? Briefly. Briefly. How many times? The first time, the first talk, when I made the arrangements, they took record to request it. And later, by the 14th, I believe, because I texted him on the 8th, and he said he had an exam for the next 2 days coming up, because he's in school. So the bulk of the conversation was text messages? Both, yes. What is your general process in deciding whether you're going to take someone on as a client? I did mention it before. He's based on my documents. Oh, no, sir. Oh, my. You don't get to talk about my criteria is. My criteria is being optimistic and trying to verify yourself in court. Verify yourself in court a lot. Because you need a better process. You can't go on hopes. I hope I can help her. Because the first text was a huge paragraph. I was like, oh, if this were me, I'd be like, okay, I can't help her. This is pretty convoluted here. But guess what you said? You say, I will take him to the end of the rainbow as a victor. Oh, sorry. No, you're being misleading. She is going through issues in courts that she needed some help with. She was vulnerable. She needed help. And you said that you had sympathy for her. But you're over-promising her delivery. We did all that with her. Sir, that's not good enough.
You can.
You can't really think you can do all those things for $1,500. Spiritual. Yes, that is a one. I don't care what you believe in. When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I believed, but here I am. Keep being me and ask your healthcare provider about the number one prescribed HIV treatment, Target. Target is included one pill plus the treatment used for HIV and people 2013 with one small pill. Dr. finds HIV means just starting to replace the current treatment. Research shows that taking HIV treatment is transmitting HIV sex. The side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare life-threatening side effects include ability of lactic acid that occurs and not taking the target to clarify or prohibited. After having a provider about all the medicines and supplements using, if you're pregnant, breastfeeding, or you have kidney or liver problems, including hepatitis. Add hepatitis B. That's not taking the target without talking to your healthcare provider. Now the side effects of diarrhea, nausea, and headache. No matter where it takes you, the target can go with you. Talk to your healthcare provider today. Another year of yo-yo dieting? Not this year. Hit reset and make a permanent change with permanent fat removal by Sonobello. With Sonobello Day 1. All in one and body fat gone. These are my favorite pair of jeans that I couldn't even button up. Look how flat my stomach is. I couldn't breathe like it was a toy. I was all the results immediately. And that's the best. I have felt twice. Real women everywhere are transforming their bodies permanently. Sonobello is not a bad diet or boot camp workout. It's a want to actually look at the merits of her case and just make the assessment there without having to take 10 hours to go through all of this stuff. Knowing, I'm sure you read one piece of paper was like, I can't help her with this. 10 hours? You have an itemized billing? That's what you did for 10 hours? What did you do for 10 hours? I want to know. There were numerous phone calls. There were 7 years. Did you never talk? We spoke a lot. 3 times a day at least. He spoke 3 times a day? Minimum. So she lied when she said that she only spoke to you twice? Minimum 3 days. Because all I see is text messages. And she's the main one sending them. You're responding with, okay, or I've got the same exam. You don't really respond. So I really find it hard to believe that you're really taking her calls. I think every single call. Is that true, man? No, it's not true. So you took 3 calls a day? Is that what you done? Minimum from her. Okay. It goes from the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th and the 12th. What conversation about it was? I sent documentation, I received an offer, I received a proposal, can you talk to Mr. Miller? And that's when I realized it was getting beyond the scope. She was expecting me to make a phone call to the
You know what you could have done? When she reached out to you because you're out, hey, stay on the phone. Tell me your problem. Tell me, can't take it. Then that's when you should have made the decision not to help. It would take one conversation, not several, not 3 times a day, not 10 hours later. You would have had one conversation with her. I guarantee you would know this is not something I can help you. Not with some hope, not some optimism, but facts. But you take up money and you spend it. And I don't know if paralegal is functioning like lawyers, but we can't do that. We have to earn that money. And you still haven't told me what you did for those hours. If you could go off of one text and know this is too much, why would you need to go through hundreds of documents to know this wasn't going anywhere? Because you didn't know what?
I did not go over those documents. The first page was the president out.
Okay, so how did you do this hour?
Different conversation, did they?
And ma'am, did you really think he was going to do all those things for $1,500? Do you know how many text messages he sent? He said he was spiritual. Spiritual, yes, that doesn't matter. Look what going on, right? And my father did not believe in it was right at this hour. And he started several times. You should have had a flag go up. This is actually way too cheap for all the things I need this man to do. And I know that you were in a very vulnerable position. You needed help, but this was not. There are documents I said were already prepared. They were already prepared. I said prepare for his friends and church. And I said to the evidence, I'm dead over anything. And why did you say that he reached a draft and request for order? He agreed to because he looks at what I have and he's going to draft it better. But you know, I need to myself already. It's pretty much
Is that I'm pretty sure my Arizona people, they gave me the fucking ISTEM codes about me being a UE member, have it on file. It's just that I'm not in Arizona where it's non-extradition because I'm literally stuck in the middle in Washington waiting for Washington FBI to catch the fuck up to the fact that these investigations have been going on in Washington state. When the judge lady came down and said it's illegal to do what you're doing, and she wasn't even saying it about Tiffany. She thought Tiffany was a bad guy. Point is that this is all going through all of us, through California and Arizona and everything. All right. And you're literally letting a crooked cop, they're nothing, man. Their verbiage is not cool. I don't like it. I know that the mom of the kid who had molested somebody in the past sat here and called me her daughter and was not sticking up for me at all when I wasn't friends with her at all. I was friends with the dad because the same kid that we're not saying, and it was not Elijah, the same kid is the one who gave me my 9 shares back because I am the first one who said stocks and bonds without the fucking porn in it. Gave it back to me because I did the blue life force arm dances that stole it from me and I was dying already without brain cancer on that side. He gave it back to me because he felt bad because he never knew I was a mom and that they set me the fuck up 2 years ago. And that was before it was ownership, whatever it's called, of the S Corporation. And this guy. Because, dude, you can't just S-corporate something that's killed people in real life, and it is illegal to keep doing this to this fucking bitch on the ground named Tiffany. She is too a millionaire, all right? And she does too know Arizona. It's just she's not going over there because she's waiting for these fucking people over here to catch up with what's going on and why they're not sticking up for Tiffany because of how this evil motherfucker incorporated his situation over here first so that he can stay. That they can keep doing what they're doing by looking through people's eyes illegally, la 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 la. It's just dumb. It's dumb. So while my black cat box on this side that was covert Cobra King calling, protecting the Pentagon, and all of us, which was backing up the situation that we're not talking on the good side too, with the Blue Life Force water being an S corporation for the people who gave it to me in the first place, and then this situation being for these people who are up here hating Tiffany right now, thinking that she's against them in the FBI because arm shrapnel was her way of getting them back. saying, I guess you weren't a very good FBI agent if you didn't figure this part out. Nothing. No, man. I mean, it's the best way to hurt somebody in real life is when somebody registers you as a sex offender in real life, and he tried to do that for the other guy that was really the one that was on Tiffany's illegal chain to have put her on in the beginning. When the UE remembers giving Tiffany the helmet to protect her children because they put him on her chain, and they keep going back and forth with who they're supposed to protect or whatever, because in here it's hard to say who it wasn't. Broussard's Raynaud's disease called. They won't let you say it on the side. Well, where's rental support with the wrap on it? Who didn't stick up for me, crying a pile of tears with it being AK, because it wasn't AK I was crying about. It was my son Elijah, who they told me on this side that they set the fuck up for something different, which was just to try to hurt me in real life, making me think that he was going to prison even more. But really, what they did was take it out of the system because they had set him up, and it wasn't fair because they knew that he didn't do that either. Yeah, that was with the CIA thing when Russ and Soraya were involved, because Soraya is supposed to inherit this when she's 18, which is something way different than what it is in Oregon, because it's literally just their availability to look through other people's eyes that they already did anyway that have been in trouble, with or without their echelon. It's just because in here there's a lot of random shit. And it isn't supposed to be a bunch of random people unless they're in trouble, but it is what made $1,000 million. And it was really literally the idea of Tiffany Browning sitting here for 2 years while all of this shit went through on both sides, and not just here, in a few other places too. I'm not saying that your friend was not open for your recusal letter, saying that they had it first. Whatever you just saw was tight. And it looks like it's for Tiffany because she's seen it. When she sees it, it means it's her portion, but she's not in here to grab it or whatever. And we might have saw something different. Look like some Chinese checkers game mixed with something different. They're all worried about everything else, right? Yeah. Right. The one who was actually set up. Because nobody else was set up in Oregon at all except Tiffany Browning. Because if they did use a different body, they said, look, here's who's responsible for it now and back then, right? Right. Because they put her on the SP. They put her on the SP program up here. I forgot to tell you that I'm not in prison in real life. And I'm not Gypsy Joker either. I'm not Elijah either. I'm not anyone else either. I'm a good fucking mom on the ground who was set the fuck up by evil Anunnaki and evil Porn Town. Because they didn't want to go to prison when AK did not get blue listed or blacklisted or red listed or whatever you want to call it. Because they literally did it because of the molestation that was on this dude's face of these children on the other side for using our bodies illegally and hurting our kids on this side. Because when you're a UE member, you're connected to your children and or your assailant, and you can hear them and feel them if they're getting hurt or in trouble, and you can go to them and redirect the facility report card that says whatever they say. And on the other side, it's the opposite. So if you take the dome off and you switch it around, now your kids are seeing and feeling everything you're seeing and feeling. Like, I don't want to have sex out loud. I know they're watching me, listening to me, recording me, or writing me down. And I'm certainly not myself looking at myself having sex with myself, but it's really not myself. It's my kid, because they can see through my eyes backwards because I got him from the sky and whoop-de-whoop. And the Red Devil Boy voice is definitely a thing. And it's all in here. And Snow the Product is a freaking amazing singer who's already rich. Who was talking mad shit about Tiffany something, which we don't really care about that necessarily. They all keep saying, yeah, go against evil force. See what's going to happen. He's going to fucking kill you. He's going to murder you out, Tiffany. He already did. On all sides. He's very smooth, very sneaky, very everything. Because he's got all these evil people in his 2,000 person Ojin now. I'm going to have to get my prescription. Look at this.
I found another bottle.
Mm-hmm.
I went to sit it down and it won't. It's frozen.
Oh, yeah.
It's been in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
This is Tiffany. I'm the one that's been sitting here working with the UE and whoever else they're not saying while they did their fucking investigations for 2 fucking years in Washington fucking state on YouTube with my scab that is literally from this man over here having a zit, and this right here on my lip, which is literally from this man over here who stands outside guarding a prison or something else, because you constantly going like this or like this, wiping it off or whatever he does, because I got skins on. And you know why I got skins on? Well, let's just say it was to protect me from the goddamn motherfucking nuke going off on an alternate universe that was killing our bodies up here and our skins over and over again. So they put a few layers on me to keep me protected on the ground because it happened in my universe, which did in fact come into my room on the ground and only my room on the ground because I was the root to the Ewok tree. So I was the root to the problem within the Game of Thrones from LaShawn's computer. Back then, 4.5 years ago when this started, when I was an administrative assistant to a tow truck company that I got from Salem, in the sky, where we towed cars while they were in jail and we held on to them or drove them until they got out and gave them back. Didn't steal them at all. Even though it wasn't really me in there being an administrative assistant, at least not cognitively knowing about it. Anyways, fruitioning things into being is one thing. Copying a whole universe so that you could steal the same ISM codes that killed a bunch of people, so that you could say you had it first, or so that you could use it in a different state, or so that you could do anything at all and get re-humiliated by everybody else who was re-humiliated all over again because of Tiffany Browning, to just hate Tiffany Browning even more when she is the one who left Portland to get clean and sober and be a better mom. Was not Ashley or Mandy or anybody else that they keep saying. It was just Tiffany. Mandy left because she got a rock thrown through her fucking window because of some bullshit that happened up here because she talked too much, they said. And Tiffany did not let Mandy use her ID on the ground or whatever because we told her not to, because we don't know necessarily what's going on either. But Tiffany's iStem codes do in fact scan shit, and her ID is like gold. Okay, because Tiffany's ID, Browning, Soraya's mom, there is tick marks on her scan card on the back that literally said people would go to the store and buy something in here in different levels, and if they had her license, they could just tap it, and it's like a GoPro, and it literally shows all the wins that everybody did through Tiffany's power source with a blue pretty bird thing on it and a lot of other stuff, proving that Tiffany's heartbone is in fact with the kids, and she is the savior of the children on one side who don't have to die anymore because their life force gets fixed, and the savior of all God's children on the other side, meaning they don't have to get the mark of the beast like they gave Tiffany. And let evil win, where you can see them with heat ISTEM codes up in here, changing your identity and trying to make you a felon of some other sort on a different state where it is a non-extradition state that can't be your player either. And it's not LaShawn doing it either. It's somebody else doing it with 2 ice cream scoops with red sparkles in it and a blue spoon. And I don't even know what to say because it's just annoying because so many people are involved. But what they're not realizing is that Tiffany's on YouTube like this live and she looks like shit and she doesn't give a shit either because she is a fucking mom, and you motherfucker did rape me in here without my permission and then made fun of me for however long behind the doors, and I already made up with kidney cancer even though he's a fucking piece of shit. I know he was part of it, and so was everybody else, and everybody else who was or wasn't my friend, like Twan or whatever, had to deal with it in his head. And who knows if he ever told himself that when he wasn't waking up in the car half asleep going something stupid that they're not supposed to say to a mom who doesn't do drugs and lives in Vancouver, Washington, and now we're trying to stick up for her because these are the ones that were sticking up for her. And they did too know for a fact on the ground what was going on, at least on ground level 1. that Tiffany was not a rapist. And Tiffany was not an M-worder with S and Ape. And that fucking poem on his fucking website is so messed up because it's not a black website or whatever, a black web website. It's something different. And it was about her son and a mom who set him up for the same shit that they set up Tiffany on the other side. But it wasn't saying Tiffany, it was saying her other name on Facebook, trying to ruin her life over there in England now. I can't believe that these guys really think that they can get a fucking way with giving a mom, an innocent person who was clean and sober for months and literally went over there to visit her friend, but she could not get out of the headspace she was in, sending her 3 bodies from the sky to do porn or whatever they were doing. And then the UE literally came down. They might not have known about the UE. Literally came down and gave her optical illusions to get her up there to fix it. And then act like they don't know what's going on. From Arizona, FBI child abuse line. And everywhere else. It's just messed up. It's crazy tight, but it's not at the same time. Because they'll just, I don't know who's actually involved in the game and the bulbs and all the shit. You know, floating globes and floating pyramids, see-through lines are not yours on the other side, where we can no longer connect these players because they were innocently abused and innocently set up by Tiffany Browning down here, who's not even in here. Right. So no matter how you look at it, they've made it so that Tiffany Browning is the worst human being on the planet, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. They're stupid. Right. They're stupid. Hella stupid. Hella stupid. Because they don't remember, some of them don't remember from one moment to the next Tiffany's credo, which is, what was it again? I love my friends. I love my family. I would never do anything to hurt them. And a poem to live life by meets Alcoholics Lost Cause Won the Syndicate is Tiffany. But when you fuck with my friends, or you fuck with my family, or you fuck with my ability to get my fucking money and have my license not revoked and my promissory note from the FBI in every single fucking state or country across the United States of America, with London on it, and Anunnaki admitting that he set Tiffany up when Tiffany was sitting down here sticking up for Sarah, who went to prison in London for the same thing, and everything else we're not saying. If Tiffany was in here, she could get the truth out of anybody. She'd be able to solve any fucking thing that's been done in the last 2 fucking years, because it's all been done off her power source and her lifelines and everything else. And maybe one other person who may or may not have been in prison called LaShawn. Not really sure about it. Tiffany didn't hurt anybody. Not this ugly one down here with that. So where do you guys go? When you leave Tiffany's body, where do you go? Do you know where you go? Do you go and disappear in the barbecue pit? Or do you not? Because I swear to God, a lot of times they'll just send people over here like, go see what's going on. And they go to the next body. And this is the hider guy on your head, trying not to hide you at all. He's trying to hide this one that just flew by. Because that's the one to blame. And he did get killed in here. And he's flying around, kind of. Because Tiffany drove. Just like she didn't kill people by driving the second time. It was literally them pulling things off because she started to feel a disconnect and wanted her daughter to not be connected and get brain damage. Named Soraya. Salantoni's in Oregon. And then Evil saw us doing it, and they got us back by removing them of whoever we're not saying. Tiffany gets lost in it, but she's not the one doing it. And they're getting tired of sticking up for everybody too. They're not sticking up for Tiffany because they were instructed not to by God or me, they say. No one left to defend her. I can't sit there and pull you up and go through your past history at all. Really quick or anything with everything we've said out of your mouth or whatever happened in here, like, because it goes and it branches off into other people. As your power source was switched and stuff. And it was way easier to line up the timelines when nobody had a different power source and was not moving the mile markers. that says that this person has been in prison in their mind for 2 years too, but living a normal life, but worried about what was happening, and stayed away from their mom, Elijah Jimenez, in real life, sorta, because he thought she was a fed in here. And we're literally showing them setting him up in Tiffany's head, knowing that he never did that, and going to court. And that lady didn't know that, so she's sticking up for Elijah, but not Tiffany. At all. Like, at all. One at all. Tiffany didn't do that, lady. She's on YouTube saying this shit out loud. Tiffany knows for a fact what's going on. The problem is that they're getting mixed information about somebody covering something up. Because the person who did this, who initially set up Elijah, and then made it set up so that supposedly Tiffany had a gun to his head and made him do something, and then supposedly because Tiffany did something to them when they were younger, or some bullshit, they are not getting it. Tiffany is a fucking UE member, meaning she was a CPS worker up here protecting her goddamn children because they put 3 bodies on her, and one of which was a fucking Ojan that had a molester in it. They all need to shut the fuck up and realize what this is about. Oh, it's a power control. It's a flip thing. Right. Well, we know exactly who the molester is. We know exactly who was blamed. There's one in Oregon. There's one in Washington. There's one in Oregon and not one in Arizona, apparently. Because they're looking back up at Tiffany as being the one responsible on purpose. They're doing this on purpose, right? She's recording all of this. So she's watching all of us come in and out of her body off this feed up here, sticking up for different people. Tiffany knows for a fact what's going on, but she can't see us. If she was in here, sitting here on a computer, virtual reality, or whatever you want to say, if she could even come into this globe or this room or whatever, she could solve whatever you said beyond the shadow of a doubt. And she knows all the tricks and the trades of moving your power source and this and that. She could see the pathways. She knows about dusting trails and buffering edges and all of that because it was to the FBI up here. It's just that it wasn't Tiffany doing it. She was just letting them do it through her brain stems, hoping and praying that they were not setting up her friends to make her look like the goddamn motherfucking rat tail that they kept calling her over and over again at Manny's house. The availability to copy money in here. And it was Tiffany who invented the machine where it was supposed to all go through this machine to make sure you didn't have double numerals on it or whatever. But the availability to copy money in here, like when she copied a power source to the UE, you know, the one that says for Soraya and Xavier and Elijah, no evil, meaning no sixes, right? That made them that beautiful Empress Tower in the beginning, and then this whole UE environment up here where they're all rich and lovely and lavish and all that. It did too start with embezzlement money that was paid back by the UE through Tiffany and whoever else. And it was to get Tiffany her own syndicate above her house that could, whatever money was left was illegal to get it off of offshore accounts. But they did. But they just used it for what? Reinvestment in the S Corporation, which is still in the sky. It's not real in real life. And Tiffany understands everything. It's just stupid that they are still coming in from every way possible. And it's getting winding down to absolutely nothing because they did call the cops and they did say a bunch of stuff in Arizona and over here. But these people don't know about the reflection of whoever this is right here, because this is Tiffany who I'm talking about, that I'm supposed to be sticking up for, the one with the scab, the one that's Soraya's mom, that lives at San Antonio's, the one that was friends with Rachel and Marilee and all those people in Washington State who she did not want to see, who they literally were, making her think that they weren't talking to her on purpose, when really it was just because they were using Rachel's body. Because of it in the past. And Rachel did too. But they let Rachel stay home with her kids because she was a single mom and because she didn't do that to her kids at all. And Ruben said something to stick up for his mom, saying Tiffany made her son do that or whatever. When he was trying to blame the son. Anyways, they just don't know what the situation is. We all know what the situation is up here and in a bunch of places. But we don't know how to get over to the other side where it is in Portland. Over there. Where Tiffany just wants to scream, "Yay, I'm finally home," with a wink next to it. Because when you're home or whatever, you're not supposed to have to worry about whatever's going on in here anymore, and it's just annoying that they have to send you home without the money that they were going to get for whatever they were doing because of needle usage and or STDs, they said, right? Buckle up. There goes our insurance policy. Right. So instead, let's turn that evil upper echelon sex crazed whatever, wearing bodies illegally and hurting children on the other side and setting people up like Tiffany Browning for M&R cases with S and Abe. Let's change it into something different. That means we all take a stand against these evil people who are trying to win whatever they're trying to win and humiliate Tiffany where nobody wants to be on her team. And say we are not upper echelon because you guys ruined that name. Instead, we are universal echelon with universal insurance that is not only protecting our ISTEM codes against the DOL section not being the ones that have been mugshotted, like Tiffany in real life, who is not fucking in here and never has been at all ever, but had different people working for her in different ways. It's just ridiculous, bro. Because the guy on her head could hear everything she was thinking before us, for the most part. And it wasn't really that she had a God's helmet on until a while ago, probably. Or whatever we're not saying. They didn't connect a bunch of different people to just make it that much more confusing for this side, but not the other side. And then you switch it, and then this side is the good side. Anyways, it's just stupid because no female ever hurt her kids. Period. And they always use a female usually as an off-put or as the reflection or whatever to either be winning or not. But because they ruined her identity in here, it was so embarrassing. They never made it look like Tiffany was winning at all. Right. So it was that. So when they were selling this pornography stuff that they were selling on this side, right? The man was selling it when it didn't look like Tiffany under here. On this side, it looked to us, the UE, like they were selling pornography about kids. And it is called Donut Hole. Because Tiffany sat up and saw her daughter say, "Go over there." And with all the perverts in her head, watching whatever they were watching, pornography or whatever, looking at her pussy or whatever, pervertedly, she looked at her daughter and saw the same fucking people in her daughter's face with her eyes closed, meaning it was not in her daughter's face, it was in Tiffany's face. But because Tiffany's daughter was being protected by she could see the reflection of the situations up here when she was not even in here. And her daughter was dreaming, and it wasn't a bad dream at all. It was other stuff. And then, when we were fixing the zipper court case situation, with Tiffany sitting in her body and everybody else doing it too through Tiffany, they told her that they had set her up on the other side, going back in time, going to hurt Tiffany because of Red Devil Boy voice accusals, which she had already talked to Seven about, And he was just like, yeah, I lost my syndicacy or whatever. They kind of kicked me out of my wannabe motorcycle club or whatever, and I'm just going to go sit over here and pretend I didn't do anything wrong. But she didn't know that nothing had ever happened to a kid at all. She thought something happened to a kid in here in real life and that the Yui fixed it, whatever it wasn't. And that's why the Yui never told her what was going on, because the Yui was to blame. They were to blame, and it's not even necessarily that it was on purpose. It's just that it happened on accident or whatever, and it was confusing. But most of the Yui that comes down here to talk to people in here or whatever, they don't see Tiffany here because they're on. Because when they did submit transmissions or whatever over there on that side, they were tattletelling. They were not doing submit transmissions, expressing interest in too many accounts on this side. While the Yui was making Tiffany think they were submitting transmissions on whatever love language, switching up the life force or something. Nothing, it's just stupid. It will never be Tiffany in here living out a lifeline or nothing. It will be somebody else's personality or whatever, a law enforcement that still is not them. Okay, this is an alternate reality in here where people are not real, and it does feel real to people in here. They get to go up there with their Mercedes-Benz and show up for the game or whatever, but it does not mean it doesn't affect your body on the ground. When you are in here, it does take from your life force and it ages you in real life, and you're not supposed to be in here unless you're in trouble or somebody else isn't in trouble. Right. So you don't talk about Fight Club. You never bring up the Game of Thrones for a while. You never ratted on nobody. You didn't even say Harley Davidsons or Harley hats because you said 3 wheel motions so that they wouldn't be 2 wheel motions, knowing that they were motorcycles or whatever we're not saying. Sticking it for everybody in one way or the other. When none of us even know the people that they're getting in trouble in here in real life, and neither does Tiffany. Because now they're on a whole nother globe about a bunch of other stuff with different stuff going on. It's just sad because the people on the ground that may or may not be connected, like Tiffany, that might work in law enforcement or whatever, they can look through people's eyes and stuff, their bodies on the ground are not notified about what happens in here on the bad side, because they're not on the bad side where people use their bodies illegally or whatever, or set somebody up to that extreme in the past or whatever they're saying at all. Not knowing what to say about already being in here as Tiffany's friend, because she was talking about them in Egypt, about being a similar life force in Egypt, like a god, sort of, and being very sweet and innocent and sad with just one guy and not a partner or whatever. And he always told the truth because he was born under a Yui membership that tells the truth. But then he just had to eventually be quiet because they were persecuting him for being friends with Tiffany, for not being a rat tail when he always told the truth, and because he was embarrassed for Tiffany for what they did illegally in her body and could not say nothing. Right, so we're all sticking up for ourselves to get money when Tiffany's literally sitting here on YouTube live with different people in her fucking body, And it is to her fucking iSTEM codes that pull people in here when you look at them and change you into being somebody different to somebody else. And it's just making it way more confusing on who is who and who is what. Because they did, in fact, close the game down months ago. And this was just a reproduction of whatever it wasn't that came back up to keep Tiffany alive or whoever it is that's in here, making them think that something is going on that isn't going on at all or wasn't going on at all, like more investigations on more situations like illegal porn still, which was already whatever we're not saying. And it's just stupid because they're not giving Tiffany credit because they ruined her life all over the internet in the back force and the front force. And Tiffany said it to Mary Lee the way that anybody would say a CPS case because she did not beat her kids with a whap, wham, and whack, let alone a red double boy voice. Because when you are a UE member, you tell the truth unless you're protecting somebody different that may or may not be on your chain, or because you're too fucking scared to say the truth because evil force or whoever it is in you. And he is to an Ojin now that is way bigger than the one that we put out in Megalodon back then as evil Celinda or whatever we're not saying. Oh, it's just depressing. Because we don't want to stick up for Tiffany. We want to stick up for ourselves because we're law enforcement and everything else, and it's just stupid. And she is ugly, and it is hard. X, these teams out. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, XY chromosome calling. Why couldn't my player keep her body on? That's your unicorn horn helmet being put to rest there with the whatever they're calling it. It is just so astonishing to think that someone as sweet and loving as Tiffany Browning, who looks like a gangster standing up to evil force face to face, can be like, motherfucker, I'm not in there. And if you don't fucking believe me, then shoot me in the face, bitch. Right? Who would never talk to anybody like that in real life. She's never disrespectful and she is a mom. But it's astonishing to think that this person down here has made such a difference in the lives of other people with Christian Mafia and remembering that the Alpha to the Omega had a cross in it and it was in fact for these women up here. That are in fact Tiffany's UE, and it is not upper echelon, it is universal echelon, and it is $1 million industry, and we cannot prove $1 million industry. You mean $1 trillion industry when you mix it with the actual AEIO and you with the, what is it again? Artificial intelligence in it and everything else, and Tiffany copying the blue life force by whatever we're not saying, so that they don't have to draw it from the people on the ground anymore if they're connected correctly and or can get disconnected. It is fucking insane. But anyway, what I was trying to say is astonishing that this woman down here is so brave to sit here looking naked all over the internet and not checking her Facebook or not checking anything else because she's too worried to see that people have disconnected her or whatever we're not saying up here as a result of whatever they're not saying, because people have messaged her on Facebook and she has 10 messages on her Facebook, it looks like. She hasn't read any of them. It's probably this guy's flirting with her, new connections, or who knows. But anyways, she has not checked any of it because she's waiting for her login to this program to finally say out loud, please support your measurement of unit that says you're not allowed to persecute a mom named Tiffany Brooks Browning, who was labeled in the syndicate as a witness to a murder and threw away the gun in a garbage can as a girl that was tall, skinny, long hair with spots. for being scared that later on she would go to prison for a SWAT murder when it showed her running from the back of the house, while at the same time proving that she's not a reptile by saying she's the one who said use my body to show me running from the back of the house. Because you didn't have a right to watch me, listen to me, record me, or write me down and make me look like that, let alone make me look like I was a slut and ruin my life while you guys literally had fun in those slut bunny bodies back then with the toxic shock syndrome and whatever else we're not saying. And all this, and how it goes somewhere else, and the multiple orgasms and all this stuff. Everybody in here gets to have fun in here in this alternate reality that doesn't exist. And some people got money and the whatever it is. It's just amazing that she's so strong to keep going every day and not commit herself to an insane asylum to get disconnected the way she was supposed to with the blue pills because she's afraid it's going to kill another little girl like Sarah's daughter or whatever. Or because the UE told her not to get disconnected because she's on life support and she's a mom who never hurt anyone in her entire life, and they're supposed to be the ones that are proving her innocence all over the internet so that she could have her Empress division to give to her daughter Soraya when she turns 18, who's not a slut bunny and who is proud of her fucking mom for being an undercover agent of the CIA for this long, vanishing everything that ever was said about Tiffany doing needles or whatever, because now she's missed out on 5 years with her daughter, not just 2. It was the 3 before that too that they were doing stuff with or whatever. And be like, hey, guess what? Mama got her certificate to say she passed her test and she's rich now and let's spend more time together and blah, 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 blah. By the way, here's your trust fund, Soraya. Rain Caballero Cortez, and it's called the Empress. And here's your check, Elijah Luis Jimenez, for being set up in here and made to think that something bad happened to you too. So go buy your insurance policy back and let your mom buy you a car and take it to get insured after she takes you to get your license, because Elijah is Portland Jug Serpent, not Ruben. And to take you to get your driver's license and learn how to shoot a gun and buy one and be permitted to use it or carry it as self-defense only and drive around in a car that's paid for and insured so that you don't go to jail for driving while suspended, that you don't even have a suspended driver's license or a driver's license at all. Meaning not stolen whips, not driving that, not driving around with a fucking stolen vehicle or a fucking whip or whatever. We're not saying wham. When he doesn't even do Blue's Clues anymore, he just drinks lean. And he didn't kill anybody else with a needle either. Keeping Me Alive mixed with that other song where we're all voiceovering saying so my daughter can be proud of me or something, where it doesn't say that either. It's saying starting over again so I can be something that I'm proud of or whatever. Or that my dad in the sky, lion somewhere, a Leo who's not a Mason either, can be proud of or whatever. I just can't believe they're doing it like this. They're literally making all of this come down to a head again and not sticking up for Tiffany, because whatever they said over there is literally gonna send warrants for her arrest to pick her up and arrest her for stuff that's not real in real life. With a fucking wink next to it. This is going to be the hugest lawsuit anyone in their life has ever seen, because Tiffany knows who sent her the ISTEM codes from the sky and that they are UE, okay, and they are from Arizona. And she knows how this works. And she has their names and numbers, but she's not calling them because of what's going on in Oregon. She just didn't know that these people were going to do what they're not doing. The problem is that I'm putting this everywhere on Facebook, that this mom right here with the scab on her chin is from this man right here, who, if you're watching, you can see is not Tiffany at all. It's someone else. And this lip problem right here is from this person, whose body she also has on, who is also her nanonites. Both of them are her nanonites, because she's on an illegal chain still. And so whatever happens to these bodies in here, including getting shot with a pun ball from the alternate universe, hurts her body. And she literally sees it go through 2 levels of skin into somebody else up here. And that was to her little daughter with the purple green dress that that evil motherfucker went put next to her, but it wasn't even that. It's that they were lined up for life force not being left from pictures and stuff, man. Because his mom has never hurt anyone, and neither did Tony. Clearly, Tony's a perfect mom and a perfect stepmom for Soraya. But they're not sticking up for Tiffany. They're sticking up for Tony, thinking that Tiffany did do something against her or stuck up for her or whatever. Tiffany's the one who told these motherfuckers, you don't fuck with a redhead, period. You don't fuck with Ashley. You don't fuck with Tiffany Welter. You don't fuck with Tony. You don't fuck with Alyssa Lassiter. You don't fuck with people with red hair, period. Keep their bodies off you. If you use your beautiful face as a card to represent whatever Tiffany was representing up there with the triple threat, loving guns and all this stuff, with the gun and the camo and everything else cool that was being done, cool. But you don't look at her and put a body on somebody that's not in here knowing what's going on. With that being said, I don't know what else to say, but we've already submitted transmission on a lot of people, and it did too get through to Arizona. And that guy's name that she said out loud, along with the other guy that we keep calling Reynolds or Krause or somebody else, that was not that guy, Reynolds Rap, sticking up for Tiffany that whole time with her sonship program, who did not go in there and get that information with this evil man, who was exactly what we're not saying it was to evil force. Because they mind fuck you on the ground, especially if you are connected to the cops, they mind fuck you on the ground about whatever you're doing. All right. And Amy's baby's dad is a paid informant. So he does get to drive around and sell marijuana and whatever, trying to set up the drug dealers. And he's already burnt 3 of them, including Rick. So Rick got rearrested or whatever you want to call it in real life, either in here or on the ground. And it's just stupid. Because Tiffany got robbed for Rick. Because that didn't go in there either as a negative thing. Anyways, the point is that there is no point. We're fucked up because we didn't stick up for Tiffany, and some of us it is because we want to be the millionaires or the ones that get the $10,000 bonus or whatever. And we're all going to go to fucking hell. And his name is not Reynolds. His name is Krause. And he's not in Portland. He's in Oregon or Arizona or Idaho or Ohio or somewhere else. Put a bird on your face. Because these people don't know how to reach their bodies on the ground at all. Because they do that to fucking kids, and she was never in the background saying it's okay to do illegal porn or whatever. She's literally on this site saying, do not use my bodies illegally. And they're like, oh yeah, you did this by yourself on the ground, right, Miss Millionaire in the Sky? Embezzlement specialist calling? Yeah, okay. Well, they're the ones who used it because they used my ISIM codes. They sat in my body and literally made the rocks move first before anybody else ever seen the rocks move and identified with that, let alone push the fucking syndicate up to wherever she didn't push it up to so they could go up there to that land and benefit. Right. The law knows Tiffany doesn't have money because they know she's sitting here with nothing. But they're acting like she's sitting here with nothing because she was being punished by Anthony Cias, who wouldn't support her being a mom, because you're not allowed to be a mom when they look through your eyes illegally to do their investigations. Not at all, because she called him a CPS worker, because it was Credit Protection Services. They were going through Brandon's payment system, which is not what I was going to say either. It's because the person that's on his situation right now, it was the one that was on Tiffany's, that you're not allowed to have kids around. And we're not going to say his name out loud, but we already know who it is. And the only reason why Tiffany's not saying it is because his fucking dad stuck up for Tiffany losing her life force and made him give Tiffany her 9 shares out of 21 that were hers to begin with without the porn or whatever they're not saying. And most of these people's bodies on the ground do not know they're in here at all. And there is lots of people besides us that come through Tiffany's eyes. And they just threw another thing over here. Like, good luck, Tiffany. Good luck proving your innocence when you're a fucking UE member who was promised by this guy that we will never let anybody watch you, listen to you, record you, or write you down ever again. Miss Goddess of War and Wisdom, who loves your kids in the Empress Division, that literally says First Ray and Mommy on it in Washington State, where it says she's a Decepticon. But it's Athena over there in Criminal Mafia saying you didn't have the right to watch me, listen to me, record me, or write me down, or set me up for failure over there. But the CIA was doing something big, so we're just going to leave it like that. And it does too span Arizona with the big red robin on it, sort of. We're just saying it was all Tiffany bodies that was done with, and nobody else is up here named Rachel Morrow or Amy or anybody else with a boob job, because it did go back to the boob job thing up here. Because if you've already had one, your socket's already big enough, and they can put the squishy stuff in there and change house size or whatever. Because it was to Tiffany's body, who they scanned in with the scanner on the ground several times. One boob on, one boob off. It was not Bobby hair Sarah. It was heroin Sarah. And she really did die. Unless it was Pixie Cut Girl who died. Which it could have been her too, who knows. We're not standing up for yourself in here. And we're not talking to Tiffany, we're talking to this person who was supposed to stand up for themselves in here, like our son Elijah Jimenez, who never hurt his sister, ever. And Tiffany never went to court against him, saying, "Why did you do that to my daughter?" Or whatever the fuck they were saying. And it was to Tiffany that did not know anything about them saying anything about Red Devil Boy Boys, because Tiffany did not hear about them setting up Tiffany. Under all that, like that, the only thing she ever heard them say was that they made it look like she had a gun to his head, making him do it. Yeah, bro. I'm saying it on YouTube because I don't give a fuck anymore about what they're not saying. Because what they're not saying is that we're not sticking up for Tiffany Browning on this line and every other line, while they keep running it down to the end because they stopped the game altogether. And they're not going to stick up for Tiffany. Now she can't prove her innocence or nothing to anybody else in here. We're over there because we can't get over there to Portland, Oregon or Washington State, where she now has a rebellion religion called We Were Mexican Mafia to stomp out Skull and Bones, Kill or Be Killed, Game of Thrones, and everything for a triple threat win that says I was supposed to get my money for Lions Roar on purpose, which whatever it was or wasn't would have got me a car to get across the bridge and talk to the FBI before they did whatever they didn't do, like go against me in here. Knowing that I had been a UE member in the past, whatever you want to call it, because they saw them give it to me from the sky to fix whatever was in here and just didn't say anything. It's just sad. times 2, they're saying. Nothing, man. We don't know what to do either, bro. Because he's still in here over there, evil force or whatever his name is, and he is very evil. And they can't take him out of the big, huge ocean up there. That's 20,000 people, or whatever it is, because they didn't just double it and put them together so that he can be even stronger. To keep saying, Tiffany didn't do that either. It was him, or whatever they're not saying, so that it can come back out on the other side that it was Tiffany who did that and not him, because that's how they play both sides of the fence. And you better believe this is high stakes betting up there. When Tiffany didn't get her money for getting 850,000 people wet either, because she's not in here. She's on the ground. 0 as the route to the Iwa tree, who is not drinking life force water, Kangen water ion drips, or nothing right now. Either way, she's not going to be a millionaire, because why would she be a millionaire when all she did was sit here and do nothing for 2 years? Right. 4.5 years of service in the Navy and the Army and every other lieutenant you can possibly think of. Should all be thanking Tiffany Browning on the ground, who stood up for her right to bear arms and not be a slut bunny 1,000 times, being persecuted on this side, because they are all acting like she knew what they were doing in here with the slut bunny stuff, when she didn't. She was scared to death that her homeboys were going to get in trouble for having a drone and blue lights being on the wall, when she had literally heard the drone while she was not having sex with AK at all. And again, it does too have to do with the same shit. So when she's over here talking to all of us about S corporations and this and that, they're far away, somewhere different, living off the money that was embezzlement funds, or whatever you want to call it, paid back in the Empress division, where it was not supposed to be about porn at all. It was about keeping our bodies on and our life force intact. And whatever we're not saying about the 4 points being lined up is not the situation. The more you talk about not helping Tiffany, the worse you're going to feel at the end of the day when you go to prison for not helping Tiffany, because Tiffany's not in here. And Tiffany Browning is not Welter, and she's not Tony. She's Tiffany Browning, AK's best friend in real life, who she does not hate at all. She hates the people in him that make her say whatever they didn't say at the end of that, whatever they didn't say over there. We did this to our kids together when we were younger. Fucking stupid. Nobody did anything to their fucking kids together when they were younger at all. It's just something they used to say so that they can blame the other person. Like that guy when he said, it wasn't me who fucking did it, it was my wife. But he did not know that it was not a female who did it, because it was a different person's face they were using at the time. Because the person who did it to their kids was a man, or 2 of them. And neither one of them was done to a boy. It was done to a fucking female. So that whole trife situation that they talked out of my mouth, yeah, that was not done to a boy at all. They just made it sound like that. That's why they described it out of her face, so that they could move the charges from Amanda Burgess to somebody different, who was in fact Jessica Pace at the time, or whatever we're not saying. God damn, it's so annoying. Listen, you guys don't realize they put 14 bars of syndicate pressure on Tiffany sitting outside of Mandy's house. And those were floating bars. They were the ones talking to Tiffany about floating them over to Arizona, or whatever we're not saying, to banish them or whatever, because they weren't supposed to be in here, because they were extra charges that were floating around. All right? We have proof of everything all over again, so it's a lot more proof now. It's just a matter of being able to get this through to whoever we're not saying. So here's this information all the way over there in Arizona. I hope you remember that it was Tiffany who said it was LaShawn's computer where she got the virus from, that she said she got permission to further develop into medical advancements, technological advancements, with the AEI-ONU being sparkly white pyramid, with the alternate intelligence from the universes we're in it, including us, because we're computer pieces that don't make sense, and the actual S corporation for these women up here who do in fact decide who gets blue life water or who gets blue lifelines and do fix you with eye lotion and do fix the realms with eyes that you can't understand how it works because it's done on a computer system, and fix your body with blue life force in real life that Tiffany sees when it comes down in her room. Just like she saw the spiders that were on her body when they were saying, over there or something. And a lot of other things that she recorded in the past. Like piles of weird spiders or piles of darkness that were intertwined that looked like lava coming up. And it was to Tiffany who put Chava's body on the suspenders guy who was a racist to solve racism when Pointy Nose did come out of here out of a scary movie to scare somebody else named Tiffany who was not in here. Hanging from a meat hook by her hanging downs, and then they tried to turn it into being about a different person. I'll go in that sex dream T bunny calling. Will you please tell my mom, Tiffany, that I love you? But they did set you up in here, and they're in my brain stems telling me this over and over again. To tell you that I don't love you, and to protect Tony more than you, because she's in Portland, and they're trying to make it look like Tony gave them permission to use her body illegally and or her brain stems, and that they were too making fun of my dad sitting on the toilet with his penis uncircumcised, and they were too looking through somebody's eyes and seeing me and my friends naked or changing in PE or whatever we weren't doing. And we do too feel sorry for Tiffany, my mom, for sitting here and not being able to be a better mom to me like she wanted to when she moved across the bridge to get off drugs and get money from the UE from whatever they did or didn't do. They gave her brain cancer back then, and she's not sure what it is because she's not us. No, they weren't sticking up for Tiffany when they first came over here and said, will you please tell my mom? Anything like that. And it's not really Saray's brain, hopefully, knowing or thinking anything bad at all. We don't know, though, because she's not with her daughter. She's at home with her dad and her stepmom, Tony, having no idea what's going on. Or maybe she does. Who fucking knows? Because that's how they fuck you up. Because they've already ingrained it in whatever's on Saraya's head. From when Tiffany looked at her and she said, go over there, right? They already ingrained it in Saraya's head to stay away from Tiffany because the perverts were looking at Tiffany's crotch. And they didn't want it to get mixed up with a child, which it does in fact do anyways up here when you use a fucking woman's body to have sex with her when you're not her goddamn husband. Because when you're her husband, they turn off their helmet before they do that in their room. Privacy policy calling. Right. So they were talking to Tiffany in the past about, for your wedding night, you can do drugs or whatever, right? And it wasn't even that. It's just stupid. It's just stupid because Tiffany was never in here. She's literally just playing along with whatever goes on in here and she can't see it. This is Tiffany, the one you're talking shit about, pissed. Yeah, this is the one that didn't do nothing to you. She's the one whose power source we've been using for 2 years to do our investigations. Yeah, that guy's mad too. Yeah, well, that's not Tiffany at all. This is Tiffany, the one with the whatever you call it right here. And this, because she's got skins on, and she knows about it, because she's the one who invented the idea of wearing bodies to protect her women up here in the UE who could not keep their bodies on. With the miracle stuff coming out of their head, the love language stuff or whatever, to make people feel special or whatever, that they could not do before when they were not in her body because they were not synergized enough. But it was never for normal people in here to use. It was for whatever they use it for up here, like fixing people who are broken or whatever we're not saying. It's basically an overdose of endorphins in real life. No, man, I could see them get mad when she looks at the fucking mirror right now because they're all using her fucking power source or whatever. And they can't hear me because they listen mentally. Nothing. We're just coming over to see what's going on. Because we never watched all these videos. He's so irritated. Look, this ugly girl right here. Remember Mexican Mafia and Chapo? Least OT, right? Remember how the black boys brought the car for Tiffany to cross the bridge? They literally did that for Tiffany. Whoever it was or wasn't, we're saying. Anyway, the point is that, and how did they get her address? I don't know. How do they know when to home invade? Without heat eye stem codes. Knowing that there's a little boy sleeping in the room that we're not going to continue to talk about. Because this is the mark of the beast that rewards felons that didn't get caught. So that these people over here can get more points to turn on the ones who did it in a sexual way that doesn't have anything to do with kids at all. Because it was never a fucking female. It's literally the reflection of Tiffany that we are blaming because that's how he set it up. Be like, oh yeah, the one who was responsible for all this because she was being watched from back in the day or whatever they're saying. Bullshit. She was the UE member who was the first one to ever received optical illusions from the sky, first on the corner. And then in front of Mandy's door. That equaled the two women or men that looked at Tiffany as see-through people that people don't see in real life on the ground as syndicates, so to speak. Because Tiffany was born for this, we're all saying. And I don't want my mom invading my dream book or talking shit to me on Facebook where I don't know if I can see it or not. I hope to God they're not saying it out loud or whatever they're not saying. Like Chandler, whoever it was, said something stupid. And then somebody else said something on Tiffany's Facebook like, stupid, why are you making false CPS calls or whatever? I don't know if they were sticking up for Tiffany or whatever they weren't saying. Because it has to do with Tiffany being a UE member in the echelon in real life. But there's so many of them that they don't know who they are and they're just too embarrassed to say that they're ever part of Tiffany because of all the STD things, and she's not cute. And she is losing her face over there on the other side. I mean, whatever they're saying, her grace or whatever, saved by grace or whatever. That Shanika or Teresa girl that was sticking up for her, when she told her that clearly I'm not in trouble because I'm a UE member. And they told me from day one that you don't persecute a UE member who's not in here because you can prove her innocence, because you can watch her, listen to her, record her, and write her down and know where she's been for the last 2 years. Also, you can prove who set her up and who didn't set her up or whatever and for what reason. Because we promised her you'll be exonerated or whatever it is from everything in here, especially the kid shit, because you were set up by somebody else who did not know that you were a CPS worker up here protecting your kids who you were staying away from with or without fail because you had a child molester on your list over there. And also because you didn't have a car and you didn't have a choice. Because whenever she did have a car and was able to see her, she was talking to the UE and they were making sure that nobody was around or whatever. And they did love seeing Tiffany sit there and not talk to her daughter. Too afraid to look at her or whatever at dinner, to not pull her in here or whatever else we're not saying. And they keep persecuting her for sitting in the tent because they didn't sit with Tiffany in the tent knowing what's going on in her brain. She is too afraid every single day that the swap murder charges are going to come down on her, like we said, or the whap, whack, and wham charges where they said she was a child abuser back in the day with Red Devil Boy voice on it when she never even hit her fucking kids. It's just annoying. Because they never told Tiffany that they went to the 143rd house and made it look like anything happened at all. They literally was showing her the 7th Street house, which means it wouldn't have been that. It was when they were setting up Elijah because the baby was just a baby then. No, yeah, she was little with the purple and whatever dress on. Nothing. I was thinking she was just a little baby when we moved over there with the hot pink pants on. They didn't come in here sitting on the porch. So fucking cute, man. It's so cute. It's so fucking depressing because Tiffany can't even see her fucking pictures of her fucking kids back then. Like Soraya or herself pregnant or nothing because they literally fucking deleted her fucking Facebook and deleted her Google account and it had her showing her being such a good mom and her fucking baby girl was so fucking cute, dude. I can't even take it. She was so fucking cute and she still is, but now she's sitting over there at Tony's loving life or whatever. If she's not brain inhabitated because they think they're gonna get all this money or whatever for the Empress division for punishing somebody different who was a guy because they refused to let Tiffany take the credit for it, which is the one who did this in the first place for her daughter Soraya at Salad Tony's. Because Tiffany is the one who's been sitting here letting us do this investigation for 2 fucking years over here and 2 years over there in Oregon. Trying to get rid of the fucking evil people looking through her face, man. The ones that kept saying, I'm gonna kill you, bitch. Those ones. But she didn't even know why they were saying that to me. And I didn't know either, man. It's just sad because even if she did send this link to somebody specific and they were able to sit there bored on a Saturday and just listen to what she's saying on the ground, they would not know what she's talking about and they would think she's crazy, probably. But the people up here see it and they know exactly what we're talking about. And no woman ever hurt her fucking kids. All right? They did not hurt their kids. And no boy named Elijah Luis Jimenez hurt his sister either. It's just that there was a child molester in here that had the nickname 11 that had rolled into somebody that was that. And yes, Tiffany did give him that number at the table when they were talking about seating arrangements as far as where they are on the pyramid, that she was feeding all of them, they said, but she didn't really realize what it meant, that they were talking about porn on the other side or whatever, because she's not in here to see what they were saying at all. It's just dumb. Because Force or whoever it is listening, a bunch of people are listening, and they know that Tiffany hasn't done anything at all with a wink next to it. Tiffany, both her didn't. Of course not. No, Tiffany did anything wrong, and neither did any other bitch in here. They are just the off-put, where they float charges above and or pin them on them without them knowing it, or whatever they're saying, or blame them for being the ones in control. Yeah, like he was saying. Yeah, well, whoever it was, evil Katrina back then, was probably not the one controlling anyone. It was just an off-put that was Jessica Pace probably back then, or whatever, because they're seeing the reflection of Tiffany and whoever else we're not saying. And it does get annoying when she looks in the mirror down here and she can literally see people being pissed off that they're looking at her getting mad because they think she did something wrong, or they're getting mad at the other person in their fucking body. And no, you can't disconnect a UE member from the UE computer up here, which is not connected to Japan anymore, because they changed it, because they want to pretend that Tiffany doesn't exist and press these charges on Tiffany Browning. The ones that she can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt were not Tiffany Browning. Because who is going to come in here and sleep around with people paying attention when all she ever said on the ground was, I don't want to have sex with AK because I'm not married to him and he does not have my back behind my back. And yes, I saw the work dick picture. And yes, I read the message about the acid bumps. And sure, it's in my system, so I don't want to pass it around either. 5 guys that asked me if we wanted to have sex or date or, cuddle. When I said that, I'm not going to sleep with you because I have to get checked at the STD clinic. Hint, hint to the people in the sky that she said that to 5 times, and also called out Anthony Ciaz saying, I don't want to sleep with you because you're herpetogonosyphilia or whatever they're not saying. So they get the fucking point that everybody has these STDs because they all slip around in these bodies or whatever we're not saying. And I'm not married to you, ninja. And I didn't marry you, ninja, because I'm a mom and you're not good enough to be my daughter's stepdad. And I do have 5 kids, even though you only see 3 of them in that picture on my Facebook. Because the other 2, one's adopted and one is my godson. Either way, they never gave Tiffany the credit at all, even though some of them knew who it was down here doing whatever she was doing, pulling strings and getting things dropped and all that, because nobody else has a heart like Tiffany to forgive people and love them anyways, knowing how humiliated these people must be to have been her friend in real life, or knowing what they did to her in here. With the simple fact that she forgave the guy who she thought was Back Window or Mikey Price for setting her up is a totally different story, because she knows who set them up. And no, she doesn't know who that molester guy is at all. He used to be really, really mean, and he's turned into so many different people, but he really was fighting his ass off to get disconnected while he was fighting his ass off to stand up for Tiffany so he wasn't blown out of the water about who he was. And that's the other reason why Tiffany never said anything bad about him. Because there's not a whole lot of people that will stick up for Tiffany on a regular basis, being sneaky about it or whatever, because of the situation. Because in real life, over here, they were talking to Tiffany like she had been to prison before. And they know now that she hasn't, and they fixed it in the system that she wasn't Tanika or whatever. And then the rest of it is supposed to get fixed too. And I don't know if it will or not because of everything that went on. I'm new here. And I got sucked in from Rachel's friend list over here when they killed Tiffany in the game for being that, looking just like this out loud 4 or 5 days ago. And Rachel doesn't even know that that happened at all. Because it's not Rachel in her body at all, it's him. And I was made to do it too, says Callahan. And it's not even that they literally pushed it, it's that these people are influencing their judgment or whatever. No, they said he was the one that pushed the kill switch on Tiffany. And he was made to do it, but he didn't know she was a mom. And this was not even, this was again, okay, so there was another game, I guess, because they killed her months ago right after they stole the green penny too. When they came down and said it, 2 skulls, 2 blue pills, and then a red double boy voice for the other guy, and a Chinese cocktail for Tiffany. Which back then they didn't even show Tiffany's face or name or whatever, but they did it to impress the law enforcement agency over there in Oregon about what they're not saying. In real life. So just keep talking about it on Facebook, Tiff, so that everybody can see that you're a proud mom that isn't with your daughter because you don't have a fucking car and you don't have any money because these motherfucking FBI people keep lying on your fucking name to protect their own self, or because they're too fucking afraid of this evil force dude. When you can't do shit about it because she's right. Her fucking homeboy that was going to be in here with her setting this up for the end game result, name was LaShawn Clumpett. And he got killed in a motorcycle accident or something bad happened because he stopped talking to her and she can't get a hold of him. She doesn't know where he's at or what's going on or nothing. Whether she calls him a gypsy joker or not is not the point. The point is that the one person who could prove all of this to be true is not here with her, and they love it. They love it. Emotional response units. Tiffany didn't do shit. No female hurt their fucking kids at all. And no female embezzled money either. And Tiffany's never received a penny from any of these motherfuckers at all. Not once. As many times as they've come down here to log her into her account, they're too afraid to do it because either he's watching or her mom's situation's paying attention to him or whatever it isn't. And it is a narc program, but usually you're sitting at a parole officer's idea of a wedding up here, saying he's SWAT and he doesn't care. He just wants her to come over and make him dinner. life. But his body on the ground doesn't know any of it, and he's afraid he's going to go to prison too. It's just dumb, man, because I just want to put it all over their website all over again and start busting them out about not getting on the fucking phone with whoever they're not getting on the phone with still, because these programs and these situations are still coming down. That Tiffany did something that she didn't fucking do. And this is a legit thing. So Tiffany's sitting here confident as hell in one way, thinking that, oh yeah, well, we can prove it, right? And we'll prove it for her because she's a UE member, right? And the deity program is $1 million industry in the sky when you do it with these people up here. And it was 2 FBI and a couple other people. But the life force situation that keeps Tiffany alive and fixes her skin bodies is with these ones up here. And nobody knows about them at all. And they're not necessarily the ones who can get hold of anybody on the ground because it's a copy of a different situation. But anyways, there's 2 people paying attention. The ones that were talking to Mary Lee did not know about anything at all about her being set up. They were trying to prove it still. Somebody who calls and says they're doing an investigation on themselves because the voices in my head told me that they were trying to pin something on me that didn't belong there, or whatever they were saying with the whap, whack, and wham, when Tiffany hasn't even been with her kids for the last 2 years and didn't really worry about it because it was a closed case with anger on it, or whatever they're not saying, is just ridiculous, because the people that might have been listening or whatever else we're not saying don't give a fuck because they think she did it. It was just a closed situation that was sent to Oregon because they thought she lived in Oregon, because they were trying to say that she lived in Oregon so they could get away with what they were doing, until she calls Oregon and gives them this note, this address, confident as hell that they stole her identity in real life, saying she was Tanika or somebody different, so that she couldn't own a syndicate or an S corporation or her deity group down here on the ground in Vancouver, where she still has never hurt another human being on the planet in her life, let alone her fucking kids. And she can go all her Facebook and she can talk about it all she wants, because anybody who knows her in real life knows she didn't hurt her fucking kids. Because if she did, then that would mean her husband at the time, Sal Cortez, is a piece of shit for letting it happen. Right, guys, in the UE, who know for a fact it didn't happen? Because we're all Russ's kids, right? With a Pam on it and all this judgment everywhere. Right? Because Sal was not arrested for the same shit under the same power source, doing the same thing that they weren't saying in here twice. Yeah, well, things happen in the echelon in different ways, and we do forget who we're sticking up for. And even weird eyes. Ostrich, Tiffany didn't do that. She's not sticking her head in the stand or nothing, okay? This one set her up. On this side, she went and told everybody that Tiffany didn't do anything wrong at all. This one with the owie, that she didn't do anything wrong to her kids or anybody else, and that they knew that for a fact because she was a UE member. Because the UE promised her over and over again that don't worry, Tiffany's exonerated from everything in here, especially the kid shit. All right? And they hummed around about something that they weren't saying. Might not be the situation, because they were worried about the apartment shit. But Tiffany thought they were worried about waiting till the SWAT murder thing went away, because that was the first thing they said she was responsible for. And it showed her running from the back, like we've already said. And all she said to prove her innocence was, all you had to do was go ask him, who killed you, a girl or a guy? And that was to prove it innocent, but not to say who it was. Because Tiffany's not a rat tail. Right. So the UE, the FBI, and everybody wants to know where Tiffany is in real life and how to find her, with her address being right here. But yet her power source is still saying it's in Oregon, over there at Sal and Tony's house, confusing everybody about who's who and what pictures they saw at the judge's office when they said, I seen her do it. Break into the office or whatever, when it wasn't even her that broke into the fucking office. All she did was help the cop, Anthony Ciaz, open the door to set up Homeboy for whatever they were doing in that folder while she was in the cubicle in the corner of her bed working for the CIA. And now they're covering her face with something else to pretend she's somebody different. Not sticking up for Tiffany still. With this thing on her fucking head. Something without possibility of parole. For a swap murder. The thing is at the end of the fucking day, you can't punish somebody on the ground with a warrant for something that did not fucking happen, just like AK said. If they want to punish me for helping somebody unlock a door 3.5 or 4 years ago, when it really was, well, this guy literally did it like that on purpose and wasn't able to prove it like that until Tiffany took the bodies off of AK when they were sitting in the car. Which they can't by law do either. The biggest thing was separating Tiffany's name from Tanika's or whatever. And she did too send them a video log or whatever talking about what happened at the apartment, and that she talked to the manager and that she was too scared to call the cops or whatever and did not go back there. Meaning she lives in Vancouver, Washington, even though she told somebody else she was staying at her ex's house, Sal and Tony's, which she wasn't because she's here. That's just it. These people are mad because they didn't tell Tiffany where to go or whatever, across the bridge or over here. They've been telling Tiffany to go back across the bridge for whatever she needs to do over there, but she doesn't have a fucking car. She doesn't have a money count. She doesn't have anything because they set her the fuck up for M&R cases with S and Ape, 600 zippered court cases. Don't trust the process with a red double boy voice on it on the other side. They literally told her that they were going to kill her in real life before all of this happened, because this was somebody else in here. And they weren't mad about STDs at all. They were mad about something else because somebody was setting somebody else up from Brood, and it wasn't Tiffany at all. And they didn't know who they were saying that to when they were saying, I'm going to kill you, bitch, or whatever they kept saying back then over there in Oregon, which was over 2 years ago. Because they were using a different girl to bounce it off of. Because it wasn't Tiffany's face back then, and it wasn't Rick setting them up. It was somebody else. It's just crazy, man. They don't set up people in real life up here. They just get information. So it's in the file, kind of. Anyway, it's just dumb, dude. I'm tired of sticking up for Tiffany down here with nothing and no car and no money and nothing else. And whatever they do got going over there is so ridiculously fucked up because the FBI will not listen to Tiffany on the phone because they said they already know what's going on. Right. You already know what's going on, right, FBI? That thinks somebody else did this to their kids? Like beat them to death when it wasn't her either back then? because this is showing a picture of somebody else's girlfriend named Shadow Dog that's a Native American, because a different Shadow name was connected to his fucking name that Tiffany's seen with Mandy. The thing is that during Fight Club, when you're a UE, okay, see, that's just what I'm saying. When you're a UE member, you have kids in here. And it's hard to explain, but whatever it is or isn't, it was illegal to pull life force from anyone's kids who was not in here protecting it, refilling it the way that they're supposed to, right? Well, Tiffany is the one who came up with the answer for that, and they know that. And they're thanking her for that, and they love her for that. And let's just drop it. But the simple fact is that when a UE member gets beat up, so do her kids on the other side, and they may or may not die in real life, in here. Hopefully not on the ground, but in here. And Kraus called. And he's not in Portland either, he's somewhere else, pretending to be a cop or whatever else. Can't even tell you how uncomfortable I am over here, because he's behind me and he wants to kill Tiffany Browning for talking out loud on Facebook when it's not even Tiffany talking, it's us talking through her mouth. And this is the one from Arizona, the one whose name that we said earlier. So just so you know, man, I suggest you call Tiffany on the phone on 360-360-6815, and you tell her you're sorry for using her power source and trying to set her the fuck up for cases of M&R, whatever child abuse you're talking about, and everything else, when she's a good mom and was in fact a UE member who was given her UE benefits and CPS helmet to protect her and her kids in here, because you are the one who had your homeboy who did something bad to his kid on your list when you were in here as a parole officer that may or may not have been involved in whatever else that was when you did not have the see-through body over there on Tiffany Browning that unrolled yesterday again on this side. Because this is a totally different line that looks like it's sitting on Tiffany Browning, but it wasn't. It was sitting on Rachel Morrow, investigating this whole situation about what's going on up here and how it works in hand with what we sent to the email address of the people in the feds about them pulling life force from people in prison or promising something that doesn't happen in real life. Like Tiffany was saying. What Tiffany was saying back then 2 summers ago was that your sentence could be shortened in here so you could prepare a life for yourself to be set up. So it's trades for goods and services, and then you basically get like a check or something else or some kind of something for you to have a place to stay when you get out. Not that you actually get out easily because they moved your out date or whatever, unless it should have been shortened in the first place. But yes, they were in fact selling people's life force on this side and adding murder charges to people who were already in there for murder or whatever. We're not saying. And we weren't even going to say what Tiffany was thinking, because whoever was sitting on Rachel's head should have known that Tiffany's the one with her UE in here that turned in the game itself, and how they play it bounced off of UE membership benefits. That doesn't say what I'm not saying, because this is for a different case. So never mind, because it was to Tiffany who did all this shit from the ground by herself without somebody to be accountable to, because she's not in trouble, because she didn't hurt anybody. She's a good fucking mom who is missing her daughter right now and her son, Elijah, and Bumblebee, and everybody else who she is forced to not see without a car or money so they can keep doing their fucking investigations, getting credit for what they're doing. Stealing her life force every moment that she doesn't have a fucking car or money on her account or a login to her account without an Apple computer or whatever else we're not saying. Because this is ridiculous. Because not everybody can see the video and not everybody can hear Tiffany when we're talking out loud. But I'm literally over here in Japan waiting for my settlement statement because they used my body illegally too. And it did in fact hurt my kids. To tell their mom that we don't want to be with you neither because you have STDs or whatever and it's too embarrassing. When that guy didn't come down and say, sorry, sweetie, I can't sleep with you. Like she was selling her body or something to somebody or whatever. And the porn side of things or whatever. It wasn't the SWAT guy either. It was someone else. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, well, now they have a whole new line over there, very similar, with a new person under there who does not have STDs and now is blessed with the curse of the 666 Mafia account code that says she's naked under there. looking at Tiffany over here as the one responsible for what they did because she didn't get disconnected with the fucking blue pills at the clinic, like AK said. And they're pissed the fuck off because Tiffany is still able to prove her innocence beyond the shadow of a doubt. Because not only was it all in that timeline over there that they were keeping to do exactly what we're not saying, reproduce it for the same things and just get rid of Tiffany and burn her card without nothing. But it proves this innocence of this person who didn't do it either, who was also exonerated already because Tiffany stuck up for him in court, knowing that he would never do it again because he was sorry. And he was too, and a paranoid schizophrenic, basically, when he smoked meth. My mom did not do that either. My mom did not do that to us. My mom did not do that to us or whatever. And your friends marrying them. I mean, everything is on a different timeline. And sometimes it goes through. But Tuan has gotten information not to talk to Tiffany ever again because of what's going on in here. We received lieu of notice that on the other side, Tiffany got Tuan and LaShawn Clumpett exonerated from whatever they had in a situation where she did not say she admitted fault for anything at all, except the fact that she was a UE member who was accidentally brought in here without knowledge of being brought in here as a tow truck assistant or whatever I want to say. I had to change it because I didn't know she was recording. But the point is, we were really, really happy that a couple people got exonerated or whatever, and it did get pulled from his computer and everything else. And the whole naked spell thing is still going on because it's still happening. But over here on this side, it looks like it's going to work out great for LaShawn Clumpett to be whatever we're not saying, because Tiffany is still standing up for him or whatever. And Katrina to not have Slob on the knob on the internet, and for Tiffany's body to not be used illegally, even though they don't have to now because they redid it over here with somebody else who doesn't have STDs for an endgame situation. That means maybe we can all be friends. And Tiffany gets her settlement statement that says she has been working for the FBI for 3 years and the CIA for 2 years, and they can get disconnected, and she is going to die soon. But at least she won't have the voices in her head telling her to tell the judge that I did it because the voices in my head showed me I did it, and the voices in my head told me I did it about a SWAT murder and not a child abuse case. But they tried to say that that's what she was saying it about. And she was not in here on video in here admitting to nothing because she's connected like this 24/7, a different person in her face every single time. And I wish I could go over there now and tell them, the FBI, that this is Tiffany, the one who called you from Uncle Jim's, saying what she said. And it didn't mean you get to take her S corporation or whatever it is in the dating group. It just means that wherever she's pulling her information from is somewhere else, because she was supposed to have been working for you over there in Oregon for the first 3 years. Or she may or may not have been on drugs, which will help compensate for the fact that they have been doing their investigations through Tiffany's power source and brainstems over here in Washington, whether they want to admit it or not. They unrolled off of Tiffany the clear body underneath all those lines of doubled up person. So you stare at them and it looks like the same person all the way through if you're not paying attention. But if you have the right ISIM codes, you know how to look at them and you can see the lines on there. A whole bunch of bodies on top of a see-through body, where if you take them all off, you can see who's under there and where they hailed from, meaning where they were born. And that guy is an afterlife guy. See, that one was born from somewhere. He must have got arrested in real life. And then the other one, the one that was on her head that unrolled, he's see-through underneath there too. And he's not from Arizona either. He's from Portland. And there should be one of Tiffany in legit time, see-through underneath there, literally sitting in an office in Portland, drinking scotch and smoking a cigar with Big Voice in the Sky and the Arizona guy who stuck up for her because he told Tiffany, in the middle of all that, things will be fine once you go home. We did not know that you were a mom visiting Soraya, the Empress. It's Sal and Tony's, who got set up too, while Bumblebee gave her a ride home before he got his yellow car. Back to her needle apartment, where she sat there on her bed, 24/7, staring at whatever, while different people did whatever. Was it FBI or was it DEA or whoever it wasn't, when the voices weren't telling her different stories on this side? Because Mikey was in there, they were all in there, there was different assault rifles mixed in, and all of that was literally able to be done because she was sitting there and not moving around. And when she does move around, because the way it's set up, bad things happen and different things happen and whatever else. Yeah, it's like, so take away her right to drive. Right, she hasn't had a right to drive for 2 years here or 3 years in Portland because she's been working for the Endgame Triple Threat Theory. It says Oregon, Washington, California are Tiffany's. With you up there. And Arizona is LaShawn's, which brings us back around to Texas still being up in here. And Chicago, for whatever we're not saying. Because this is all Tiffany's doing right here. I just think I would take the cherries and try whatever because it's wild marijuana. I think they're talking about Tiffany or someone else. You have no idea we're cussing ourselves out so hard for duplicating the whole globe situation just to get our items and power source the same as Tiffany had it. With the same people in there that we didn't necessarily know who was in there because we all saw the stars and a bunch of people died. That red dot was for Tiffany, this one on YouTube, to be X'd out again. They don't understand what's going on everywhere. Because Tiffany is not in here on YouTube. She's on the ground. And she's the one that they set the fuck up for M&R cases with Eston Ape. Including Callahan coming down the pipeline saying to Tiffany, you gotta turn yourself in for a complete murder scene that we can't talk about because it's something else. It's backwards. Yeah, somebody did it through my face because I was threatening and I was mad, and we're ahead of time, so we get things together and we do it through her eyes or whatever, but we didn't know it was going to hurt anything on the other side. We were just trying to banish this other stuff at the same time because it wasn't supposed to be in there in the zippered court case file against a different woman besides Tiffany, who it wasn't supposed to be against either when she's the one who put it up there as Red Devil Boy voice means get the fuck out of here, you're a molester guy. And we didn't know that. So while we're sitting there doing it through Tiffany's eyes, we're sitting here persecuting us. Oh God, this is so ridiculous. Because no woman is responsible for anything on the ground like child abuse except this one, who was Cindy's mom. And that's it. And we don't even know if she would actually hit her on the ground or not. It might have just been her brain stems wanting to hit her. You just throw that down here again, saying that. They weren't saying it to Tiffany this time. They're saying you're that, and we're rating our daughter on the other line because over there they still have our brain stems or whatever, and they're still using bodies that have this special capability to see their children or whatever we're not saying on the other side, looking depressed on the ground. That their mom Tiffany did not win the syndicate because she was too embarrassed to say she was Tiffany's friend or sticking up for Tiffany because how they M-worded her kids on accident because Tiffany was getting M-worded up here illegally in one of these bodies or whatever, because they're literally sitting with these different bodies with Tiffany's brainstems as a UE member, getting off or having sex or whatever they're doing in this alternate universe that doesn't fucking exist. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. People do not call the law enforcement agency to file charges that her identity has been stolen for ownership of the S Corporation up here. I mean, the deity program on the ground called the Empress Division, if they think that they can't prove her innocent. But the simple fact is that motherfucker wants to own it over there without our life force in it. Because her S Corporation, or whatever this is over here, her S Corporation was nothing to do with looking through people's eyes illegally. It had to do with something way different, which is over their shit big time. And it is ultimate authority echelon. And we are happy that Tiffany separated these situations from other situations that said no female did anything to their fucking kids in here. And it was an accident that these guys used their bodies illegally, and or their magic idea of hearing each other's thoughts up there in Porntown about what the woman wanted, not knowing that the woman was getting that across to them. Like, touch me here, kiss me there. I just want to lay next to you. That's it. Like she heard from somebody else. Nothing. We're not all worried about ourselves at all. We're all fine. And we're tired of sticking up for Tiffany just to hear from every other angle that she's double and triple fucked. Because now other people are saying the same shit against Tiffany in here. Because they want to win her fucking money up here that Tiffany has literally earned 3 years in Portland, Oregon, since LaShawn and Bo put her in here as a tow truck administrative assistant against Anthony Cias, because Tiffany was his loyalist and not LaShawn's, and lied to him about ever sleeping with AK. When Tiffany said, I would have much rather been your loyalist than AK's if I would have known that the law enforcement that was making me say all that and do all that wasn't going to have my back at the end of the day, because they forgot to tell me not to cross the bridge. And nobody going to have your back behind your back because you have STDs in the illegal porn industry, where Tiffany was literally trying to protect a few fucking people who didn't fucking know that this was illegal or whatever we're not saying, to use bodies illegally because the memories were going to go into someone else or a kid or whatever they're not saying, and not know who to stick up for or whatever we're not saying. And we say whatever we're not saying because we're looking and thinking of different stuff. No female did this. No female did this. This one didn't do this. This is Tiffany right here with this and this. This cab and this. This is 2 different bodies in here that she's been connected to for who knows how long. She is the one that has nanonites in her body. She messaged a couple people about that, but they don't even know what the fuck? What? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? I don't know. Well, we're looking at 2 different things, I guess. But anyways, what I was looking at was Tiffany's settlement statement for catching the rabbit without her clothes on, for what they're saying over there in Portland. So now it's a new game against Tiffany again for ratting on herself, which she didn't rat on herself at all. because she's not the one who went in there and said nothing to the judge about Tiffany not wanting to be a rat tail. She went in there, not with this one either, with a Tony face, saying, I would rather tell you who did this that I think did it in real life when it wasn't Tiffany. This one in Vancouver, Soraya's mom. Anyways, it's no, because they did blame this one sitting here in Vancouver without her kids and her car and all of her life and everything that she's supposed to have, because she was working with the CIA undercover or whatever. We're not saying either way. It's just fucking stupid, because this is the bitch responsible for everything going right and nothing going wrong. She can't do shit because she can't see us, because she's not in here. This one, Tiffany, this one with the scab here and the lip here, the one that's sitting next to Carol in the living room, who also has skins on and dome pieces on that aren't supposed to be on Carol at all, because she's not under investigation, just like Tiffany wasn't under investigation. Because Anthony Ciaz wasn't under investigation either, and neither was anybody else. Anyway, Tiffany's saying she worked with the FBI in the sky under Katie, who was a mom who was also set up in here for M&R cases with S and Abe, because it was to Tiffany who they gave the Life Force water helmet, aka the CPS helmet on, or the God's helmet, or the UE helmet, or the Anunnaki helmet. There's several of them, right? To keep her alive on the ground and to protect her and her kids from what was happening over there in Pervert Town and in Molestation Town, which nobody was molesting their fucking daughters or sons at all. It's just one of them had charges on him, and then there's another one that did too, I guess, from a different state. And there was definitely no females who hurt their kids like that either. Nothing, man. They blamed Tiffany up here, whoever she was, Katie, for knowing that she had a CPS helmet on, which is attached to her children, for going and making out with somebody who wasn't her husband, where her kids could see or feel like it happened to them. Right? It's just what they're saying, because it's traumatizing to think that the person on the ground who was the UE member lost her job too, for the same reason, because she didn't know how to prove it either. But Tiffany knew how to prove it the whole time, but they wouldn't let her prove it because she's not in here. And this one could have proven it, but they wouldn't let her either because she looks naked on this power source down here on the ground. So there has been different people going to court, but by the time they get up there, they're so diminished by everything that they're saying all over the internet about how they set Tiffany up and how they feel so fucking bad, when it was all because of Tiffany that this stuff happened in the good way, not the bad way. To stick up for Tiffany right now, right? Because I am king of the legal porn up here, and it's not using people's bodies illegally, and they do know about it, whoever's body we're not using. All right. And this is my daughter Tiffany down here, who my wife said was her daughter too, but in the worst way possible, because we got a divorce over me cheating on her, because it was my son Owen, whatever his name is, that molested his daughter in the past, like 8 years ago, who was put on Tiffany's chain illegally, which wasn't even on Tiffany's chain, it was on Anthony Ciaz's chain or something. And I am the one who paid $10,000 for him to change his identity, because I was humiliated that that was my son. And he was the one that looked like the guy from Titanic. And all of our lives have changed. Turn to someone else. All of our lives have changed since Tiffany got the permission slip to keep our bodies on or whatever. For the FBI agent that was in here, they couldn't keep it on. It was to Tiffany / someone else. And the UE did know that Tiffany was a good mom and all that. And I keep forgetting that she's even a mom. I keep thinking they're setting her up for something else from a different kid. This is the biggest case of cheating on your wife or cheating on your whatever that I've ever seen in my life. And that guy just stuck up for Tiffany. Because it's exactly what we're not saying. See, she's not busting out nothing. When you're a UE member, you don't blame people and you don't say nothing or whatever. But he's right. He is the one who stuck up for Tiffany. And everything he just said was true. And it's so tight that he did it like that. And it's just depressing. Because we don't know what else to say either. Because whatever they do over there that does or doesn't make money or whatever, it's not even really making money. It's just an addiction because there's already so much money in the sky from a power source being magic in here that they can buy and do whatever they want in here. And they literally do have lifelines and stuff. But the thing is that no matter how you look at it, it's just gonna, they don't want to get in trouble for using people's bodies illegally for that stuff that they thought they had permission to use, because they didn't know that it doesn't go down to the ground. It just goes up to level 1 where we pull you up, right? And it's like a version of you, but if there's someone else in it too. Whereas Tiffany, you can't pull her up because she's right here as the root to the Iwa tree, as an anchor in the ground that knows what's going on. It's been connected like this 24/7, 7 days a week in Vancouver, Washington. 2 years in February. And who's never heard another human being on the planet in her life, with a poem to live life by, an Alcoholics Lost Cause being words from my reflection. On this side was winning the syndicate. While on the other side she said, fuck you syndicate, I'm this bitch. For the Empress Division. To be for Saray and Mommy. To be rich and happy and healthy, and Tiffany disconnected from the voices in her head that were admitting out loud things that they did or didn't do to somebody else in here to set them up. Because the Owen case or whatever, that was the case that fell on Tiffany's head, along with 13 others. And it was 14 bars, meaning 14 charges of weight that she felt sitting on her shoulders in here. Like she was supposed to fix it when she wasn't even in here to fix it or prove innocence or guilt or whatever. And they're saying that on the other side there was one of those FBI people in there that was going to do it, and it got messed up. She's not going to call Twizzle because they're not friends anymore. Because he didn't give her her new number or friend request her on Facebook or write her back. And if he did, they blocked it. Because they're fucking player haters. And it's just depressing. Because LaShawn Clumpett literally did get a full pardon in real life. And that's Katrina's brother. Because of everything Tiffany has said. And the UE knows that Tiffany didn't do any of this. But it's not their jurisdiction to give her one or fix it in the sky at all. Because she doesn't live in Arizona. She lives in Washington and Oregon. Because they know she didn't do it. They know Tiffany is not in here. Some of them do, some don't. They know Tiffany didn't do what they're saying because they were Tiffany before. Then it went down her timeline for different things, looking for love languaging. And they were just as pissed off that the law would let AK set up somebody else like that in front of Tiffany, who doesn't believe in setting people up, not to mention let them sit there and steal money from wherever they weren't stealing it from to set Tiffany up for failure because Tiffany's name was the one on the lease, not Anthony's. And then the packages thing and all that was on record and stuff. It was just stupid. And Tiffany did think once or twice about opening one, and then she was like, yeah, right, what the fuck? Anyway. Because that was somebody else in her brainstems thinking, like, maybe you should just open one so that Nick didn't get in trouble for what he didn't do either. But she never did, I don't think. Yeah, well, you would hope that the FBI and the CIA and Arizona and everything else would be sticking up for Tiffany, but they're not all UE. And she literally has had to depend on being able to reconnect with the same people from whoever they're not at with the Blue Life Force Water / exploration of air. And the UE benefits. They can fix your body really quick or change you into somebody else permanently where your body doesn't just come off or whatever they're saying. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Because Tiffany has never benefited from anything in here except maybe feeling good about the fact that she's helped somebody else for 5 seconds while we're in her body. And then we leave. And then she's just empty until the next person starts talking out of her mouth. Because I'm sitting here looking through the pages of whatever it is, and I can't tell which one Tiffany is at all. And I did too see her sitting here by herself, saying prayers out loud a lot about stuff, like talking about her own daughter, talking to the voices or whatever, and money stuff, because Carol Browning is not Tiffany. This is Tiffany. And that's why they keep getting in trouble. Because she saw the stars and it made Tiffany's power source permanently ingrained onto Carol to keep her alive and not dehydrate her the same way Tiffany was. Washington State Penitentiary. That's why they keep showing me that. Great. Gotta love that. In real life, can you imagine being a mom who's never hurt another human being on the planet? And because you keep making a big deal about stuff, like getting your car and your money or whatever, your settlement statement, when she's not even making a big deal about it, but still, because other people are saying it out of her mouth and sticking up for her in here, giving her hope that this is actually going to go the way it's supposed to, but it has to be low-key, you know? And hopefully the cops will never pull her over for something she didn't do. Yeah. I love a good big I'm picking on that. Okay. Because right now she feels the helmet on her, and she feels a little bit of a sting right here. And this is another version of Soraya Salantoni's, who does not know what's going on at all. She has a normal life or whatever, and Salantoni don't know either. But somebody did call them, or somebody did say something to them at some point, saying something different. That she's not supposed to be whatever until she stops talking to the voices. Because they saw her talking to them on the security camera outside of their house. And she was going to court for William Price and William and Brood. Because she said, actually, she didn't know what was on that one, right? No, that was the big, huge one that was too scary to talk about. She didn't really know what it was. That was one of those UE member things where we were trying to stick up for somebody we knew was innocent being blamed for something. But she couldn't keep her body on. Plus, she looked like Jessica Rabbit. Which was not Sarah Jessica Parker either, with a wig next to it, sort of. But anyways, that's just it. They said they gave somebody on the ground the same ice that comes from the sky, like sparklies or whatever. And we're not going to say who it is, if it's Mandy or not, but the point is that it was illegal for them to give them to Tiffany in the first place on the body tip, let alone, from up there, to get her up there to fix it, without ever giving her the time of day to say, I didn't do that. I wasn't there. I didn't throw anything away. I didn't see anything. I'm not a snitch or whatever. And then I didn't set anybody up. And then I wasn't in there doing what you thought I was doing. Or okaying sex with other people or whatever. The only thing that I was okay with was the fact that Red Ford truck happened, and they said to Tiffany, if you ever get in here, we'll be rich, right? They never once said that it was pornography. All right, and I did know that LaShawn and somebody else were piggybacking inside of a beautiful girl's body over here in Red Ford truck. So, however you look at it, it was innocent on my part because I can't see it, but I could just feel the joy or whatever it was or wasn't that they were having fun when I didn't ask Katrina to marry me either. Back then. That was a royal symbol from your black cat outfit. That was white, glowing white with a little bit of red on it because you're still kind of in hell over there. Mm-mm. No, this isn't him at all. It's somebody else. Poor guy. It's just a facial expression code. It's not Sean's uncle, 80 years old. It's not supposed to be in here, and he can't wear his glasses because the ISTEM codes will ruin our life. There's a secret bed on the other side. They can't get Tiffany running in here to admit that she's the one that gave STDs to whoever we're not talking about in here. On the ground, we're not in here. There's nothing. Tiffany's never been in here because she's a UB member. And she's connected like this right now. Meaning, I'm not going to come in there, darling, and say I gave you STDs in here because I'm not in here. I'm too busy on YouTube with 50,000 people watching you have sex with a boy over there on the other side and pretending you're not gay. And I know you're not Twan in there, slappy happy. No matter how you look at it, they just keep blaming this one and the other one, and it's literally from mental whatever breakdown of your existence up here. Tiffany, they cannot even keep you up here like this anymore at all. So they were protecting Tiffany's brain cells up here kind of away from everything else, but they can't do it anymore because they're tired and they want to go home. And they're not watching this one either. They're watching ours. And ours is against Tiffany still. Not saying that she knew anything about illegal porn at all because she didn't know anything about illegal porn or any porn whatsoever. Cindy is the one who said that out of her mouth. All Tiffany knew about was Red Ford truck, which was not illegal to have fun with whoever in your body or whoever's body. It wasn't mine either. Nikki cheated on it because I accidentally covered her body up because she looks naked. Or because they killed her illegally, like some punk bitches, and they refuse to go over there and fix it. Amongst all these different players and different things, they will not wear Tiffany's Facebook body that's pretty, that's not this one, that said Illuminati, was self-made millionaire that's never hurt her fucking kids. God damn it. This is Tiffany, Katie's girl on the ground that never hurt anybody just like she didn't. That was set up in here for Red Devil Boy Voice. And I thought she was disconnected, so I thought I was going to be able to win, but I can't. And I'm Camille, Peter's wife, who also is not the one who pulled the folder off of this desk, not knowing that a girl never did that or had anything to hide at all. And it's ex-wife if you don't stop cheating on me, bitch, on the other side, he's thinking. You can't get food stamps anymore. You can't get nothing anymore. Mm-hmm. You'll see. Because Tiffany has to have faith in what she cannot see, and she really doesn't want this to end up like that fucking song. This isn't fucking done at all. And over here, it doesn't really matter, right? If Tiffany oinks us or does anything illegal, like crisscross applesauce or anything, like roll her eyes back really quick, I'm too afraid to do it. P. Warrant. Did not say WSP either. I think I contacted Washington State Penitentiary about them stealing my identity, maybe. Maybe that's why they're showing it to me. I'm not sure. The thing is at the end of the day, she's not going to fucking prison, and there will not be no warrants for her arrest, regardless of what they fucking say, because it didn't happen, just like AK said. All right? Cursing out her fucking name, because these people have literally went against Tiffany 1,000 times over there to win points and everything, stealing this S corporation from her and everything, because on the other side, they thought Tiffany got disconnected with the blue pill on one side, and then a different blue pill, and then Catfish saved her life on accident, which really saved their life, and then she got Red Devil Boy Voice cocktailed on this side, and Chinese cocktail on this side, for being friends with Mikey Price, knowing that he did not fucking do that, and that is who she said I love you to. It was not Mikey's situation. He was disconnected. I don't think he's even here anymore, but his personality is. Right. Well, we always come down and say this is for Tiffany and this is for somebody else. This is for Saray's mom, Tiffany. They've said that 1,000 times too. Saray's mom, Tiffany, not Tony. Stop using redheads or whatever. And they have too told Tiffany that she's all that in a bag of chips down here with nothing or whatever, and she is Lions Club. They've said everything because Tiffany's the one who made that up. Everything that they're talking about in the sky is exactly what we're not saying. There was never even a sparkly tower up there. I mean a castle. It was called the Sean's Empress when she made little over here criminal mafia in her mind at all, until Tiffany's power source was a magic eraser now for us all to go to fucking hell, because Tiffany, Saray's real mom, who is 13 at Tony's, is the one who did not do anything wrong to anyone in her entire life, and who's never been in here persecuting anyone, let alone turning anybody in, knowing that they set her up, and assuming that the UE, who just gives up pretty quickly, would be able to get through to Force or whoever it was in up there to not go against Tiffany, who is not just the goddess of war and wisdom over here, but knowing that she is a UE member. But the Force guy, whoever it isn't, is never seen through Tiffany's eyes what we see when we sit in her body. And now it is the same way with somebody else who they copied the world, sorta, which just makes it more confusing. We can't sit in Carol's body with the same ISM codes either, all the way on the ground and see her watching TV, see our worlds either, and a bunch of other people either. Tiffany never hurt her kids with whack, whack, and wham, or any other child abuse phone calls that may or may not have been made, whether they were a setup in progress or not. Well, no, she didn't. And my name is Judge Carolina, and I know you wrote names down in that book, but will you please write my name down? And that's the last name. Prima didn't do that to you, sister. Nobody did that at all to anybody. Nothing, dude. It's just fucked up because they pull people up here as like witnesses and stuff and shit, and then make them traumatized that something happened that didn't fucking happen. And it's just annoying because they're allowed to use these people's opinions against people in here and in court and stand jury and everything else against people in here that may or may not actually get them a federally mandated warrant to report to somebody different to be able to prove with nothing, man. It's just annoying if you think about it. If Tiffany was to actually get her fucking money and get virtual reality and come in here, she would fucking kill all of us for what we fucking done. All of us, judges, cops, friends, everything. She would annihilate everybody and be able to prove her existence and why she didn't do this to anyone. She didn't hurt her fucking kids. She didn't rat anybody out. And she wasn't forcing anybody to say anything bad about anybody else either, like Evil Force was and whoever else, because you cannot help it when they talk out of your mouth necessarily, or when you're being quiet because you're in jail and they're saying stuff out of your head. T-bone. Dagger. Because it's just going back and forth. This is Tiffany, the one who was supposed to log in to the this is Tiffany who's supposed to log into the brand new website called Tiffany the Deity at therealg.com and be able to prove to everybody in here who the fuck set her up with Red Devil Boy voice and how they set her son up first, and give them the full audio of that whole lifeline that states right there 1,000 times she was to a UE member talking to the UE, because they're the ones that told her outside of Mandy's that they brought her up here to fix whatever was broken on the other side, but she didn't know what that meant because she was a UE member, and you're not supposed to say what that means, and she was not the one who did that. Nothing. It's just sad that she can't see the kids and everything else that were sticking up for her with the butterflies and everything else. And I can't keep telling you how depressing it is, because there was all kinds of rooms and different things that she probably could have seen on the computer or whatever that were dedicated to how Tiffany loves everybody and never hurt anyone, never beat her kids or any other CPS cases that they may or may not be talking about. And they won't give her login or whatever. They keep saying they're giving it to her, but they're not. They're giving it to other people. Remember jumping over? Yeah. Well, that's because they set her up with Red Devil Boy voice, when she's the one who told them to put Red Devil Boy voice in their folder. Tiffany is the one who told her UE member to put Red Devil Boy voice in the M-worders, molesters folder, because one of them had charges on them. We don't need to keep bringing it up, but yes, and it went into 5 different ones, including Evil Force, who was on that team. And he was pissed the fuck off that Tiffany could see who she was looking at, knowing that they didn't do that. But the problem is Tiffany could not see who it was, and they didn't see Tiffany at first either necessarily. They saw Jessica Pace or somebody else, because she could not see us. They already told Tiffany they thought she could see them. One of them did, and that she recognized them. And 7 and 11, remember, staying different over there and splitting Tiffany's money with Bono. There was just trades for goods and services in here. And whatever else they didn't do over there, marrying Ashley and getting their apartment in the sky which was already paid for if you stay good or whatever for 3 months, clean and sober. Then they would basically buy your apartment or whatever it is, and all this shit that was just for in here, really, I guess they said at first back then. But now that it is this program, it can really work like that for people on the ground who do what's right and don't hurt their family or friends or stick up for the wrong people, because this is Tiffany, the one you're supposed to be sticking up for. Yes, the one with the scab, and this, the one who looks like she's dying, the one who saved everybody's asshole the other day by not blaming them or whoever else it wasn't in here. Because she's not in here saving anybody. We are. And we didn't know that Tiffany didn't do this. And I'm not Callahan's wife or whatever. I'm just pissed off that this motherfucker had charges on him. Name that. And so did somebody else in law enforcement, literally. And they got away with this. And it is to that evil force guy that comes down here, the same one who keeps calling her a diseased vagina or whatever, that literally had child abuse cases on him in here. And it wasn't because of the UE thing either. It's the same one that made AK cry when he felt bad, telling Tiffany I would never let anybody record you. It's the same one why Twan's face was scary as fuck when he wasn't getting his picture taken either by somebody different in a flying machine. So no women did this to their kids. Part of it is the opposite side of her CPS helmet where you're related to kids or whatever. It's easier when you can be in Tiffany's body to explain it. When Tiffany had sex once on the ground, she didn't want to have sex. And it wasn't just because she knew that people were watching, listening, or recording, but she knew that she was not married to AK or whoever it was that she didn't have sex with. And the UE members, women, were literally sitting in Tiffany's body just as annoyed because they didn't want their kids to feel it either, or whoever was attached to them, let alone see it. Well, they knew for a fact somebody was sitting in AK's body getting ready to get off in here, or whoever's body it wasn't. And that's how it happens. So they sit there and pile up in your body to protect you when you're a UE member from being exposed to everyone else for having sex with somebody you're not married to. And on the other side, if they wouldn't have done that, it would in fact have made their kids feel like something bad happened to them. And if they could see the reflection of whoever it was that didn't have their eyes closed the whole time, then they might have blamed somebody like Tiffany or somebody like somebody different. Somebody saying, thank you for sticking up for me up here in Japan land. Didn't know that this one didn't do this either, and then no woman was at fault for any of this stuff. Because this one is the one who got permission from Japan. This one is the one who got permission from Germany to further develop the software, who didn't talk to Pirates first either, and who didn't have them patented for Tiffany Browning on the ground, where they used a different name like Sarah or something different up there or whatever. So that we don't all get in trouble for using Tiffany's software down here on the ground for keeping our bodies on or whatever else we're not saying legally or whatever. We're supposed to be sticking up for Tiffany. We're supposed to be sticking up for Tiffany. You are garbage trash can, they said. It was a different country saying she's a garbage trash can for where things fall down that she's supposed to vanish, or saying that she's trash, right? Right. I've seen the word trash all over the internet, and I don't know if it's because she's a slut bunny or because she's using needles or what, but they're not supposed to be talking about Tiffany, because Tiffany's not in here doing anything, let alone sleeping around or using needles. No, they're talking about this one. They don't necessarily know which one she is or what she looks like necessarily. Wait. Oz, this is not what we're doing. We're not sticking up for anybody else besides Tiffany Browning, and I'm not joking right now. Tiffany Browning's name, sake, was the goddess of born wisdom and Athena in the Empress Division and Criminal Mafia. Because Tiffany loves her daughter the most in the whole wide world and wanted to make up for the lost time that she did drugs in Portland, Oregon, clean and sober, with her new car, where they gave her $50,000, which is $5,000 on the ground already, to replace it that AK broke. Okay? And that was for 2 years ago. She did not hurt her fucking kids. She should not hurt anybody else. She should not be talking out loud. It's twice feel that on your head, yeah. It's like burning, and because they're trying to come down here and see you. It's the Washington State Penitentiary coming. Why don't you just bring them on down? They're gonna have to put a Tiffany body on or whatever. Please come on down and put this body on. Because people died in prison today. Their life force left their body, or they had brain aneurysm or something in Washington State. Or somewhere. How? That's not why. Because they want to send her to Washington State Penitentiary for going up against evil force, or whoever it wasn't, knowing for a fact that the UE can prove Tiffany's innocence with a wink next to it. Now it's almost hard as fuck to protect her, whatever her innocence, because they went to Google and they deleted all of her timelines and all of her Facebook pictures and everything else showing her being a good mom when she was younger with her kids, Elijah and Soraya. And they won't even say the names at the same time because they're too busy saying Soraya and whatever Tony's daughter's name is with the little boy and all that. They didn't get set up either. And then they changed Kiki's to be Soraya because they were sticking up for Rachel. But Tiffany's blood kids are Elijah and Soraya, and Bumblebee, aka Xavier Cortez, is her stepson. And they did too go behind the walls in here, and who knows what they said to whoever else, because AK came down here, not AK, but somebody else, thinking the same thing, even though he already knew for a fact that Tiffany had never hurt anyone, let alone her kids, when it was this guy who had, wait, don't keep blowing him out of proportion. It was that guy who landed on her head, okay? And there's another one too that we're not going to say. But anyways, irregardless of who landed on her head, it's the simple fact that they set her up. And they didn't know that that guy was already in trouble and all that cool stuff. So anyways, we're still going to get that part. Because this is not trash. Tiffany is not trash. She's Tiffany, this one, is a good person. This one up here got our brainstem codes erased, or else we're looking at a different one. Because they're still using Tiffany's iStem codes. They don't all understand that this stuff go to the ground 3 ways Sunday for everyone else but Tiffany. Saying that Tiffany was not the inventor of Programs at Inc., with the Empress on it being for Soraya and Mommy, who is now 13 years old instead of 10 and a half, while her mom's still here, clean and sober, able to prove her innocence all over again, while these people admitted to setting her up. With the child abuse cases, with the pictures or the bodies that came in here off the pictures. So the little girls or whoever it was, the little Anunnaki kids or whatever, they used their bodies or whatever it was they weren't saying to slap them or whatever and leave her standing there or whatever they're not saying to set her the fuck up so she could not own an S corporation, when it was never Tiffany saying that she owns an S corporation to anyone. It was us saying it to the same people who gave her the helmet from her brainstems in Arizona and these people over here who don't all know again that she didn't do that. Nothing. It just trips me out seeing her face and seeing our face at the same time. Because this one with the scab is the one who did not do anything to anybody, and no woman hurt their fucking kids. All right? Maybe some women might have like deleted their kids or whatever that were in here to play around, knowing that their actual body and their kids on the ground are fine, because that's how they're connected. But Tiffany's not connected like that because she's not in here, and she's never hurt another human being on the planet in her life. And we can go back and forth all day, but they've already closed off those worlds, once again, dissing Tiffany for that stuff. And I swear to God that they won't make another one sticking up for her, saying that she is the angel they sent to destroy them and get rid of illegal porn in our bodies and get rid of all these situations where we can literally show them on Facebook who did what and how they did it, just like the Christians did to set Tiffany up for what? For her $1 million S corporation, which is trillions of dollars in the sky under the name Echelon. No matter how you look at it, it is legally binding and sickening to think that this is the mom that they set up down here on the ground that doesn't look like Tony at all with the scabby face. Yeah, this is Tiffany, Mandy's best friend, and LaShawn's best friend, and Mary's best friend, and Twan's best friend, and all these people's best friend, like Anthony Cia's best friend, and Katrina's best friend, the one who turned in the game a long time ago and told him it was played. And that's not what we're not saying, because that's the same game that she gave back to the UE 2 years ago because she didn't like how it was played, who is a UE member down here on the ground, but not in here. And no woman hurt her kids in real life, except that girl who beat her daughter. And Tiffany is being watched right now, getting pissed over there because they're not sticking up for Tiffany still. You guys need to stick up for this one, the one with the scab, the one who's been sitting here for 2 fucking years waiting for her, reward from giving the game back to the UE because she didn't like how it was played because she wasn't what? Working for the feds? Wrong. She was working for the CIA to fix the game that was ruining people's identities and stealing their social security numbers and stealing their life force from prison or wherever they're not at, where they're literally stuck there, not able to talk out loud about what's going on in the privacy of their own room or whatever like we do, let alone stick up for themselves on YouTube or wherever else, which is why we wanted Tiffany to get the fuck out of that place where she was at the Kinko's place, which is not what we're saying either, which is why we wanted Tiffany to get out of the schizo place to come back here and stick up for herself and everybody else, not just to get her money, but so that they can stop doing it like this because it's killing people. It gave her the mark of the beast, which means you're indefinitely connected to this computer that is called the beast because it is law enforcement / the World Wide Web. And it's not inviting China over here or Japan anymore. There was no woman that hurt her fucking kids at all, ever. No. Well, hitting them maybe, but not Tiffany. She didn't hurt her kids. No. Right. Well, what's a better way to hurt a person's feelings 1,000 times than to say, no, I can't be with you because you have herpes syphilis or whatever, and then be back to him like, dude, I didn't even want to be with you sexually anyways. I just wanted you to be my best friend, to have my back behind my back because I saw how fucking scared you looked, and they tried to set you up too, to say that you were the one who was falling out of the sky next to a kid who was fully dressed, but you didn't have your clothes on, and it was just really embarrassing. Because that was not the case in every single situation, they said. And Tuan and everybody else can't say shit about her bhnknk who have skins on, because they've all went in here a bunch of times, knowing it or not, and slept around with the same people. And they did too sit with Tiffany, and they did not hear her brain stems because they weren't her, but they did sit with her and do neck veins or whatever else they weren't saying. Not wanting to sleep with him at all. It's just dumb. Because this one right here is the one who didn't do anything. Tiffany with the scab on her face, sticking up for Callahan and everybody else because they didn't know either or whatever we're not saying. Oh, it's just over and over again every day. This woman has been doing this with us for 2 years. So one side, she's sticking up for herself and not saying nothing at all when she hears them talking shit about chlamydia report cards and all this stuff. She's just letting it go, saying, I've had it all since I was 17. And on this side, they're like, yay, we're winning. Alcoholics Lost Cause won the syndicate, or whatever they're saying back then, because they're going through that again on the other side. Not getting money again when it falls from the sky. Every single penny not being counted at all. Looking like she was okay in porn or whatever. They weren't expressing interest in too many counts. Anyways, it's totally depressing because this is Tiffany right here. Soraya's real mom, and Elijah's real mom, and Bumblebee's stepmom. The one that they set up all over the fucking internet, over there in Portland and now Washington and everywhere else, to not earn her own keep. Meaning she can't be in here because she will kill all of us in real life. Because when she does come in here, if she did come in here not on a chain, these people would be in her body, legit, and ruin everybody's life. Because in order to be able to come in here in the way she would need to be, she would have needed to be in prison or in jail or an FBI agent in Washington State, which there isn't FBI here, but there is in Arizona, and they are the ones who gave her the ISTEM codes. And if Arizona comes up against Washington State or Portland, Oregon, for whatever we're not saying, it's not going to be pretty. Because we already solidified the fact that it was Tiffany who turned in the Game of Thrones, because she did not do anything wrong at all to her kids. She was the UE member who they loved seeing Tiffany pregnant with her kids and the pictures of her kids and everything else, knowing she had never hurt another human being on the planet in her life, but did not want to be watched, listened to, recorded, or written down. She was not in here admitting fault, saying I did that when I was younger, or whatever they were saying, because they were making them do it, or they didn't know whatever that was going on. And it's just ridiculous. Because nobody else in here called the feds twice, or called them in Washington State, where they didn't even listen to her explain what happened about the other universe and how they could set you up or whatever. And it is hard to talk about, that kind of stuff that were set up and how it was done. Because then it's just weird when you talk about that kind of stuff. Right. Yeah, well, Crystal and I never did anything either. I'm going to pull your pants down. I'm going to pull your pants down. When you're kids, yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. These people tried to make Tiffany look like the worst fucking player on the planet, and they really did go hard on all of her. Oh my God. This is Tiffany, Irma's sister, and Sally's sister, and Soraya's real mom, and Elijah's real mom, and Bumblebee, who did not do that to anybody, and neither did my mom do that to anybody. This one is it, not her. Tony with the red hair is Soraya's stepmom, and they keep sitting there celebrating like they're, woo, yay, Tony didn't get in trouble because she didn't do it, because she's the one that invented the use of ISM codes, and she was the one who knew Big Boy. That we're not talking about. That's somebody else. Meanwhile, they're over there. Awkward moment. I don't know what to do. So when we leave Tiffany's brain or face from sticking up for her, we are not her anymore. We're someone else. And we're not going anywhere to do anything good for Tiffany at all, or going to the game program or whatever we're not saying. And when they said they refused to say anything bad, and we're not going to say what they fucking said about this one right here on YouTube, because they said they refused to talk to anybody sticking up for Tiffany because they've been forced to do it by evil force, who now wants ownership of whatever they're saying, which is not what they're not saying. Bro, she called Interpol. She gave a detailed description to the FBI on an IC3 situation recorded line, not calling. Whatever it is she described on there, I don't think she said anything about child abuse, but they know somewhere that Tiffany did not do this, because she did not say anything about being set up on that file. She was just telling them all how it worked out. And you might want to read it again, Tiffany, because they are literally thinking they got you by the balls, and they're going to send you warrants for your arrest for hurting your fucking kids when they were little, when you're a fucking UE member who has the CPS helmet on up here that was literally to protect her kids from the molester that was put on the fucking situation chain back then. The AK was on when Tiffany wore AK bodies in here, but she didn't wear his body in here. They put it on her, like 3 of them, and they took it off of her while she, yes. This one is the one who did that, who never hurt her kids. Nobody hurt their kids. No girls hurt their kids, period. There was 2 guys with molestation charges on them. There was no fucking females that had ever hurt their fucking kids, ever. Yeah. And somebody said it was a toilet brush or something. Because you're in the toilet. Again. For not sticking up for Tiffany everywhere when you know you're supposed to, thespian. He can't, because this force guy literally jumps around from place to place. I thought they put his ass in prison. No, they didn't. Well, if you want to give me his actual name and address, I will be happy to forward it to the FBI and let them know that this man is intimidating the fuck out of these kids and everybody else in this alternate universe who was supposed to be sticking up for Tiffany, where he literally sat there and judged Tiffany vagina pictures or whatever they're not saying. There has never a fucking female been more humiliated or more dishonored in here than this one right here, who was never in here and said, do not use my body illegally. I am not proud of having spots, let alone hanging downs, and I would never want anybody to see me naked because you're not my husband. I don't want to sleep with you because you're not my husband. I have kids. I don't want them to think I'm a slut bunny. And so, no, I didn't marry you, anyone in here. You're not allowed to sleep around in real life when you are married, or if you aren't married. You're not allowed to sleep around when you have kids and you're a UPS member. I mean, a CPS member. I mean, whatever else we're not saying. Tiffany's helmet was, in fact, a CPS helmet, and it was to protect whoever she carried in here, which was Katrina. Okay? And it was protect Katrina's daughter on the other side. And it did turn into a bunch of different people or whatever. And it was to this person who gave Tiffany the ISTEM codes from the sky in Arizona, who is a UE member and a CPS worker and an FBI agent all at the same time. And her name is not Carolina, and she didn't get her last name because this one is someone different. Because there is no other person on the ground who is being called whatever this is in the worst way possible so that he can keep winning, and we can't go back over there and reopen his game, just like we couldn't reopen the game of Thrones that she still looks naked on right now. And we won't give her anybody's personal information, let alone any judges or any cops or anybody else who may or may not want her actual login to whatever this is in here that literally says that right now. When it was not a fucking female who was ever a situation at all. It was two different dudes. And one of them is to a cop in Arizona. He was in the academy in Arizona when he touched his daughter inappropriately or whatever while she was sleeping or something stupid, they said. And I don't even know if that's an account code that Tiffany didn't just think of or not. Or whatever we're not saying. Because Tiffany Brownie didn't hurt anyone. And we aren't watching Tiffany anymore up here on this YouTube. We're watching other people. And we don't know how to get to our bodies either. And I know how to go through different timelines and different things to prove her innocence. Tiffany's especially because she was to a UE member. This one with the scab was the one that we all loved, clean and sober, sitting at Carol's, who used to sit there and let everybody else play their little games while the girls flew around and they went backwards to Weimar and all this stuff, and she didn't care that they were in love with whoever she was in love with. She didn't play her hate or whatever. It's just crazy because she really is a good person. And she was clean and sober and stuff, and she was just a happy-go-lucky person, happy. And then she punked out the Empress division on the ground about owning the Empress while he fell out of the sky and was scared to death in front of his syndicate into his wheelchair or whatever we're not saying. It's just that she said nigga at the end of it so they couldn't use the video. And it's not even in here anymore because they banished her whole file calling her that. Which is illegal to do when you're a fucking UE member, and they knew for a fact she was a UE member when they watched the video because of how it happened. Because they weren't able to see all that all over again on the other side when they reproduced the whole situation and saw the backwards gene books that were sent to her for us. And it does too have the pictures of Tiffany being a good mom. This one, yeah, with Saraya and Elijah, yes, it's got your silhouette picture in it and everything. I swear to God, we did find it. I think. Or maybe it's just us remembering it. Maybe they made the new world the way they did before to make everybody see the stars to prove her innocence so they could get her information since he went back and whatever we're not saying. Because they didn't make a big deal about this either. This is Tiffany on the ground, and I don't look like Tiffany in this video up here at all. I look like somebody else. But Tiffany Browning, this one in the video with the scab on her face and this on her face, has two bodies on that are men, and one of them does have prostate cancer, and the other one does not have kidney cancer at all. Like at all. On this line. Right, so she's got nanites in her body attached to two different people. The brain stems are stuck in there, and they can't switch it, and she has no idea who we are for it at all. And law enforcement is scared to death that Tiffany's gonna go to the wrong one and tell me, let me look in your DEA file, asshole. Let me sign in as a DEA agent so I can look through somebody else's eyes so I can tell you who did this and who didn't do this. Because no fucking woman hurt their fucking children at all. And it was literally a cover-up for all these men using a UE member's body in here named Katrina and Tiffany Browning and everybody else with the magic ISIM codes. All this shit came from Tiffany. Because when you pull people up here and you give them skills or whatever, that's one thing. But the skill saw was the magic stuff that they could do in here. Okay? And her father time up here was telling her over and over again, they're using your skill saw illegally. That's why she kept hearing it, sawing on a board upstairs. And that watch with a 14 on it or whatever was the 14 bars that fell on her shoulder, not the other thing saying that time is up. This isn't about Tiffany at all. The whole Rise thing is about Tiffany Browning going to prison in real life for what she didn't do. And nobody's in there to stick up for her at all. Tiffany is supposed to be logged into this account right here at WSP or whatever it is to tell them what happened in here, but she doesn't know what happened here. We do. We could sit with her and explain it to them, but it's literally like a voicemail or a video you can leave on people's walls. It's got sick. But we're not going to give it to her because the guy just deleted the account again. Because he doesn't want to be wrong for sticking up for the wrong girl who didn't do it. No girl did this to anyone. And no girl set anybody up. They're literally just blaming it on a female whose picture they can see on purpose. I can't tell you how annoying this is. The All Rise thing was for something different. Yeah, man, we already did have the signed affidavits of a lot of people in here who saw stuff or whatever and thought something happened or whatever, trying to make it look like Tiffany's hiding or whatever, or like ashamed to be in here. It's not that. It's just you can't just be in here. If you were Tiffany, you would be like a UE member inside your body, either sticking up for you like anyways, whatever we're not saying. There literally was an accusal process that keeps blaming a female for not getting disconnected at the schizo clinic because she had the magic eye stem codes that were trillions of dollars in debt over there because they're using them illegally and they didn't prove her innocence. Instead, they tried to prove her negative or whatever else we're not saying because she's never been in here because she's not in trouble and she's backwards scan in and she knew for a fact she didn't do anything wrong to anyone, let alone her fucking children. And the UE knows that. Not just because of everything else and the guy admitting that they set him up, which was Elijah at first, and then set Tiffany up too. And it wasn't even for that kind of stuff. They set her up for something different. And it wasn't the Tanika setting up AK either with Nico. The thing is that when I do it with Tiffany's power source on her line, her friends have came back and told her what they did on the other side. But anyways, the point is that everybody's being quiet for a second. Dragon. They said to Tiffany over here about not smoking weed or whatever, getting in trouble for or something. They don't know up there that it wasn't Tiffany who did anything. And that they're making it look like she's telling on somebody because she's trying to get out of something different that she didn't do or whatever. She didn't do anything wrong. Tiffany has never hurt another human being on the planet, and she's not worried about going to prison at all for anything except a SWAT murder. Because she knows for a fact that she didn't do anything in real life, and she is a UE member, and they've proven her innocence 1,000 times, and she is not the one smoking marijuana. And this guy up there is saying her name at the judge's office where they just said, "All rise," and it is against Tiffany Browning, who is on trial up there, and this one does not know what to say with evil force in her body, literally. So can we please banish this man from her body in real life and let a UE member who knows what happened and what didn't happen from Arizona go up there with the judge and stand next to him and let him know what they're saying is or isn't true. Because Tiffany Browning never hurt her kids, she never hurt anybody else, and she's never been in here, and neither did any other woman hurt their fucking kids at all. Freaking kids, sorry. They want to blame it on another woman. Again, about what did or didn't happen in here in the UE to these kids. About whatever they're not saying. You can blame whoever you want as long as you know that this did not happen in real life to any of these children. Knowingly, in here or on the ground, by anybody else at all. Because what happened on this side is different than what happened on that side because they split Tiffany Browning's power source with the magic eye stem codes to separate them from the UE, which was where the kids were at, missing their mom's body because somebody else has inhabitated them with their brainstem codes erased. Evil force is literally up there in Tiffany's body going to testify saying she did something that she didn't fucking do. You've got to be kidding me right now. Tiffany did not do nothing to anyone. You guys, are you kidding me? I would go up there like 100,000 people and be like, dude, Tiffany's right here on the ground. Judge, if you want to come down here and talk to her, she can show you what happened. But she didn't do shit to her fucking kids or anybody else. But the man who is literally trying to fight for his own right to keep his own kids or whatever is evil force up there. The one who scares Tiffany and says all that bad shit about everybody. He's up there in Tiffany's body, going to court, going to say that she did something she didn't fucking do at a grand jury situation where the UE is not up there. Because they banished him for sticking up for Tiffany. Delete the fucking judge. Bring him down here. Bring Judge Mathis down here in the middle of court. Judge Mathis, you're going to be pissed, but this is Tiffany Browning. I am not in there saying I did anything because I didn't. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm a judge. You can't do this. Yes, I can. I'm Tiffany Browning. I am the one on the ground that has the magic power source and everything else who's never been in there and did not do anything to my children. The reason why this happened to all these kids is because they put in a molester on my chain when I'm never supposed to be on a chain. I'm a fucking girl on the ground who has children who I haven't seen because I don't have a car. I didn't hurt my fucking kids. And the UE knows that from Arizona because they're the ones that gave me the UE benefits up here, who they switched for illegal porn. And they're trying to protect this man who's inside my body up there, gonna say that I did something I didn't do. It is illegal as fuck what they're doing because I am echelon up here and there was no ultimate authority echelon or whatever else we're not saying until Tiffany invented it to protect the kids, moms from prison or being blamed for what they're doing in illegal sex stuff, let alone me getting something charged on me that I did not do because I have never hurt another human being on the planet. And yes, this is on YouTube. Was that really the judge? I don't know. It's a judge. So which one is it in here that is in Tiffany's body illegally that's not supposed to be? Saying he's not number 2, he's evil force driving his train. To say that Tiffany did something she didn't do instead of saying he was forced to set up her son or set up Tiffany for something she didn't do. Unless, of course, we're talking about the embezzlement situation, which was an AR-14, IR solution situation, who we don't know who that is. Or maybe it's something else like breaking and entering or whatever else they're not saying. It was me. I was the one that was supposed to tell the judge that Tiffany did something that she didn't do because she didn't do anything. And I didn't know that. None of us knew that. And there's a bunch of us in there that are all supposed to say the same thing because we were programmed to say it by evil force up here, who is Kraus. The UE that knows Tiffany and the whole story that can prove it beyond the shadow of a doubt in court up there, we can prove it. It's just that the judge is not us. So he doesn't see what happened on Tiffany's timeline and how she was set up. But they're not looking at this one. They're looking at the Mikey court case one that stuck up for Mikey and whatever else, still trying to persecute her for being a UE member on the ground when she wasn't a UE member up here. But she was a UE member up here. It's just that they killed her player to use her body illegally for sex. Oh my God. And there comes the settlement statement that's now going up. He can't prove Tiffany wrong. We just talked to him. This is a different one, proving Tiffany wrong about something different that she didn't do either. Over here, proving Tiffany wrong with the redhead, which is Tony, or Tiffany Welter, or whoever else we're not saying. That was all on Tiffany's. You're saying Tiffany Browning. It doesn't matter which one you're looking at. It doesn't even matter what fucking picture you're looking at or what face they use. Tiffany Browning is a UE member, and not only has she made millions and trillions of dollars for our United States government, she is the one who contacted Interpol. She is the one who contacted foreign nations. She is the one who contacted the Social Security Office, Secret Service, and everybody else. So everybody needs to fucking listen and heed my warning that this is Tiffany Browning, the goddess of warm wisdom, and I'm not going to sit here and stand for you accusing me of ever hurting my children when I'm the one who crossed the bridge to Portland, Oregon to get off of needles and drugs and away from that life to be a better mom and make up for lost time with my daughter Soraya Rain and my son Elijah Luis Jimenez, who was also set up in here, and make it up to Bumblebee also because they stole his car just like they stole Sal and Tony's truck and everybody else. Because I never once agreed for them to use our bodies for illegal porn or anything like that. I said I had permission to use this technology that I got. Yes, they're not even let me say it. I'm the one who got permission to further develop this illegal software that was pirated from Germany in real life. They can follow you and look through your eyes illegally, or maybe it was just follow you to whatever, set people up, and also to keep our bodies on when we are these people up here in the UE who could not keep their body on. So Kraus is just on one level, whoever that is up there, and he can't get his player deleted because he's the god of gods, sort of, way up there, above the Gypsy Joker guy, literally gonna kill him for saying what he said. So can we please banish him really quick? The grand jury one was from Arizona about Tiffany Browning and LaShawn Clopit and a bunch of other stuff in there, and they were not going to stick up for Tiffany at all. They were going to bring up a bunch of stuff that she didn't do either. Because this is the garbage pile where they took all the good stuff that they could prove in real life, and they used it over there in Portland, Oregon, and all this other stuff, and there's a hive and a bunch of other stuff. We have UE members up there paying attention. They're not happy with what the judge is saying still about Tiffany Browning being down here. They think she's to blame for stuff she's not to blame for, like killing people and stuff. Because Tiffany's never been in here except as a UE member protecting people and standing up for them and saying if they're innocent or whatever. She's never once said anybody did anything because she's never seen anybody commit a crime out loud ever in front of her face except for, letting her help them set somebody up for breaking into the office 3.5 years ago. Which really, all she did was help Anthony Ciaz, who was in fact an informant, unlock a door, which was her front bedroom, to the office. And she was pissed because she was forced to go sit in her cubbyhole in the corner for the FBI to figure out why they were letting Anthony Ciaz break into an office to set Tiffany up for failure. Whenever you hear grand jury stuff, I don't know if they push it over here for you to hear it or whatever, but they might have. And it wasn't necessarily about Tiffany Browning at all. And the judge is pissed because now he knows a whole bunch of information that he's not supposed to know and he can't even comprehend it all. Okay, he can see you. My name is Tiffany, and I'm on YouTube right now, Judge. Then I have a scab on my face right here because there's a man in my body up here with a matching nanonite, and I have a situation where my lip is chapped, and there's another man in my body up here that matches it, and that's another nanonite. And I'm on an illegal chain that I'm not supposed to be on. And yeah, it's made trillions of dollars in the sky and protects our whole entire government. And we know how to fix it and everything, but I'm not in there to fix it. But they keep using it illegally, trying to persecute me over and over again for child abuse and a bunch of other stuff that I've never done ever. And I love my kids and I love my family and I would never hurt anybody ever. I just prove innocence. That's it. And I am the one who went to court for Mikey Ellen with a UE member twice. In the Chicago Bulls shirt outfit picture-in-picture situation. And it was to my power source that they were using to duplicate bodies and stuff illegally for whatever porn shit they were doing that was hurting the kids on the other side that were attached to the moms who all had these CPS helmets on to protect their kids because they were all my friends, like Rachel and whoever else, Tana and Rachel and Christy and Marilee and everybody else who was up there that all tried crank for one time or whatever. And you can't see us at all, Tiffany? No. I can recognize facial expression codes when they're with us, but I can't see you at all. I'm just literally sitting here helpless for 2 years in Vancouver, Washington, after thinking that I was going to get whatever I wasn't getting from the UE. I don't even like saying it anyways. Blue Room Theory's reward for giving the game back to the UE because I didn't like how it was played. Because I thought they were going to turn it in so that people don't have to keep going through what I went through in Portland, especially over here in Washington, where people were still playing the game and calling Tiffany diseased vagina and hanging downs and all this stuff, and saying she's sleeping around in here and all this bad stuff, just making fun of her and talking so much shit, and telling her on the other side they set her up for M&R cases with SNA, or maybe that was her son Elijah or whoever it wasn't, and it's just messed up. Sanders said that somebody did that and was covering it up for Tiffany, which was not the case at all. It was something different. And I can't believe Rachel or anybody else would let that go either, over the money thing that they said they were going to get for persecuting somebody who is a reflection of Tiffany right now because they were on her chain. And we don't want to keep pointing out who it was that fell on her 14 bars and all. But Tiffany's never been able to see us at all, and she's literally just sitting here helpless, and she never hurt her fucking kids at all, or else they would not have went so far as to go and delete her file on Google, showing her being a good mom and everything, before her and Sal split up and she became homeless on the streets of Portland. And lost her identity because she didn't know how to be anything else besides a wife and a mom to a husband who she trusted and knew had her back behind her back. Never thought anything like this would happen to a female who's never heard kids either, and it happened to this one too. On the ground, where she wasn't even connected like Tiffany at all. And none of these girls did any of this stuff. Because Tiffany can't see us and she only knows what happens in here when we tell her. Triple threat calling. It went from a triple threat to a triple dog dare. Triple win with bitmap and AI programs being Tiffany's with the UE. And not advertising anymore at all. It's the ownership of the S Corporation that can renew your life force with an algorithm up here, where it's not pulling it from people anymore at all. No, it's not. It's not pulling it from anybody at all in real life anymore. When you do it with the mouse in the UE the right way, the way you're supposed to, with life force water and everything else. It's the most craziest thing ever. Okay, because Peter and Camille don't know Tiffany in real life, and she stuck up for them the hardest in here. Right? And they were the one that actually at least said something about her that they didn't mean to say. Okay. Because Camille thought that she slept with Peter in the past and didn't know that it was Camille that set her up for the same thing. Oh my God. You're not going to believe this. Evil Prouse literally went over there behind our back, behind that judge that said jury is in session, and erased his brainstems mid fucking thing in front of everybody because of what he's seen in real life. Because it literally looks like they're still blaming whoever it was at the bottom of this, and it looks like Tiffany, a reflection of this one who was just talking to him in the mirror. And when they say it like that, it is believable. But it's not just that. It didn't just show Tiffany, it showed the whole UE at fault for something that we didn't do either. And that was stick up for Tiffany, whose iStem codes and brainstem codes we're all using. They had to say it like that. Did they really erase his brainstems? The judge? Yeah, kind of. The problem is that people don't get it. Did they set it up this way to make it look like it's Tiffany's fault? I get it. I know what they're doing. It's just stupid. Because they never had my permission to watch me, listen to me, record. The simple thing is that the UE that gave Tiffany these benefits, all right, they're not over here right now. And they can say court is in session up here for Tiffany Browning to get her money, and for them to swear to God they're going to make sure that they make it right in Oregon, Washington, California, and whatever else. And that the Empress Division is to a trust fund for Soraya when she turns 18, and it's got $1 million in it already, because it does have stocks and bonds, and it does have that other thing called shares, where now it's like 921 shares when there was only 21 at first, and this is not legal porn at all. It's other stuff. Where Tiffany had 9 shares out of 21, and it was not the son either. It was the guy who gave them to you that just stuck up for you up there. When Tiffany is the first one to ever have said stocks and bonds and this and that and shares and all that was supposed to be, all started with Tiffany making that stupid ass corporation idea with synergy involved and stuff, where it was split at the top of the pyramid, where the pyramid is literally clear on one side, black on one side, and sparkly white on the other side. And it is too, no matter how you look at it, it's all echelon in different situations. It's just that we don't know if this actually goes back to the ground because of how many times it's been lifted up in the sky from different ways. Because not everybody knows that Tiffany didn't do any of that stuff. And she is backwards scanned in. And I'm sticking up for Tiffany right here with the scab in the middle lip because she is connected to different people backwards or whatever. But she does know what happened at her mom's house on 10th Street. The whole devil boy voice situation and why they set her up or why they set up her son and why Folsom County's calling your name. Tiffany, we're setting you up all over the internet. Right? Taunting her and haunting her or whatever. And it's literally because Abel Forrest or whoever it was inside of an OGen where they all got red devil boy voice and he's a cop. Somewhere. And he was the biggest investor sort of in the porn stuff where they would sit in your body illegally like Anthony Cias and get off in it up here or watch it on their YouTube channel or their black web channel, watch them have sex with people or whatever it was they were saying. And Tiffany was taken out of it whenever he was at Tiffany's because they did needles together and they didn't ever have sex or nothing, except once a long, long time ago when he didn't have a girlfriend. After they broke each other's windows and everything else and she moved out. And yes, I did too tell Amy, my best friend in Arizona. And by the way, that's my backup witness there, Evil Force, because Amy knows everything too. I wasn't going to bring it up, but she's friends with LaShawn and she's not friends with Katrina. But we got you by the balls when you include Amy in Arizona knowing everything too, because she's seen videos too. And she's the one that was always telling Tiffany, you're a good person, Tiffany. You're a good person. All right. Now, right now, she might be thinking something different, but I highly doubt it because in real life, Amy on the ground knows Tiffany and she knows she would have never done that or whatever. You're raunchy on YouTube, they're saying. Tiffany. Tiffany is not the one on YouTube doing anything like that. Will you go up there and stick up for Tiffany really quick? This is Tiffany right here with the Scaps Ray's mom. And he literally just came down and threw something down here and said, you're raunchy. And it's like a bed slip or something right here from prison, kind of. And let them know that get the information from where he got it from, because these people are all going to hell because they're being watched by Interpol. For Tiffany Browning, yes, with the scab on her face and this or whatever, and the hanging downs, and the not having HIV or whatever it is they're saying. She was never up there on that black web channel advertising her body for sex or none of it as a loser or whatever they're saying. It's somebody else doing it on the other side still, and they'll make money for watching a pussy dish video either. It's just disgusting. So foul what they're saying everywhere, trying to make her look like the worst human being. Right. So kill a mom. First of all, kill a player who was not a player in here to begin with, ever. And destroy her name and burn it along with Anthony Ciaz's player, the black guy with the tattoo, because they both had STDs and ruined the nation and went and make pussy juice videos, everything illegal, when she's a freaking mom who's never hurt another human being on the planet in her life, and moved across the bridge 2 years ago to get away from this exact thing that Bootstrap told her, Blackwater calling. And Tiffany trusted the UE to stick up for her, and everything else is just messed up, and they are sticking up for Tiffany and every other girl, but every other girl is not the one they need to worry about. It's this one, and they just erased his brain stems up there, they said, because whatever they were saying was still reflecting Tiffany right here, because she still is at the bottom of a chain that she was supposed to be disconnected from, but she refused to do it because they told her they set her up. With the red devil boy voice repercussion being what we're not talking about. And that's not what that was about at all, like at all. So the UE was up there watching, and they don't know, and we're doing this in segments because they literally erased his brain stems in the middle of court, because whatever it was that he was seeing was so horrible, and it wasn't just about Tiffany's reflection. It was a reflection on all of us, saying that we didn't do that either, or whatever, Kraus, or whatever. Either way, the judge came down, was mad. He could tell Tiffany was confident, and then whatever he saw made her look guilty because it's still her reflection. And I'm not sure if it's because she's on YouTube or whatever it is or isn't, but the thing is, Judge Kraus, Tiffany is still on an illegal chain that she's not supposed to be on when she's a mom and has never been in trouble, and she's not connected with anybody else at all, but she knows how she got put on here on accident when Libby died, when Big Voice in the Sky said to stop recording UE while Tiffany was running sideways figure eights, jumping timelines, to not get those murder charges put on her head that were in fact a capital murder in real life. When she can't see us, she is to a UE member. This one isn't. This one is like Mandy or Rachel or somebody else. They're not a UE member. All they care about is getting money and proving themselves innocent. Because at the bottom of that, it is Mandy, basically, and someone flipped you off. Maybe Jay. It's because they're expecting Tiffany in here to stick up for them and stuff, and she's not in here to stick up for them. Alright, I'm the judge. I can't take it, man. This is Tiffany, and I switch into somebody different. They always do. That's what sucks. He can't stay here long enough to talk to Tiffany. And it's not because he gets deleted, it's because of the backward scan in, and he goes somewhere different. And they can never get down here to tell Tiffany that he can't take it because she's guilty everywhere across the internet for doing everything wrong you can ever think of, with the underlying child support payments being on 2 other people, not these women at all. It's just annoying. We just want to scream it. They shouldn't have erased his brain stems. It's not even that we had to, because we all look like the biggest pieces of shit for sticking up for the wrong bitch. This is the one that we're supposed to be sticking up for, Tiffany. This one. Soraya's real mom and Elijah's mom, 11. The one who's been with us through thick and thin all the time on the ground is Tiffany, not Rachel or anybody else. It's been Tiffany this whole time down here. The one who copied the first power source to another Native American or Cindy or whoever it was, Willow Tiffany or whatever, when we were fixing bodies really quick and the airport solution wasn't giving Easter egg candy to somebody else and all this other stuff. Oh my God. No woman did this to their kids at all? No. No, man. No woman did this to their kids at all and hurt them at all. The problem is with the zippered court case is that Tiffany's a UE member. And once again, I'll say it one more time. When you're a UE member, okay, you are related to your children in here. And you don't have sex with anybody else besides your husband. And he and you together know you turn off your helmet when you have sex in your bedroom at home, not anywhere else. But the people who stole her brain stems, which was Tiffany's, on the ground, all right, went through all of us up here. They used their bodies illegally, and on the other side, those kids were feeling like something was bad happening to them, like they could feel it in their body, like they were at a penetration situation or whatever, or were hearing somebody teaching another person how to be a pervert or use a vibrator or whatever it was they were saying. And they literally ingrained it into a lot of different people on a lot of different levels. And that was the UE tried so hard to get the grand jury over here to stand up for Tiffany when they were going against Tiffany in real life, because they were sticking up for Tiffany Tiffany Walter with red hair, who was not Tara either. There is every single Tiffany to stick up for and every single anybody else. Nobody did this to their kids at all. No. The only people who know about any of this stuff in here in real life is the people that are in here. But on the ground, it's me, Mandy, LaShawn, who's not alive anymore. I'm not sure if he is. Katrina. And Mary might know a little, but I don't know. And then Twizzle, who was blamed for some too in the past. And someone else who may or may not ride a Harley Davidson or a motorcycle. And however which way you want to look at it on the ground. It's not even that they did it like that, bro. It's that all these kids were in here, different pictures, because they came in here as Anunnakis. And they had to put them somewhere. And when they disrespect their mom, it disrespects all of us up here who didn't agree to let them use our bodies illegally either. Yeah, Tiffany's on Facebook, looking like a princess, with a wink next to it. Tiffany's never hurt another human being on the planet in her life. And my Facebook does show me on Christmas saying exactly what I was saying before. Well, let me sit here and disconnect from the FBI, whoever else that's been doing their investigations while they all get rich, right? And tell them that every investigation that's ever been done in the last 2 years is illegal as hell, that everything you submitted is a lie, and everything else that you did is illegal, because not only did you kill Tiffany in real life on the ground, who is barely alive now, peeing straight blood out of her pee hole because she's having liver failure and kidney failure and everything else from being backward scanned into this computer that sucks up her nutrients and everything else, stuck here while they do their investigations for 2 years. They're also blaming every other woman on the planet who may or may not have a reflection right now as being the culprit, when it's literally men that are on their chain, and it was all because of sex. They wanted to do the sex thing over and over again, or whatever. Everyone was saying that it had to do with sex. But they forget to bring up the backyard window thing with the red double boy voice, where they went back in time to Tiffany. They said this. They went back in time and made it look like her son did something that he didn't fucking do. All right? And her son's name is Elijah, and it's 11 on the streets. And he's 22, and she went to court for him with a wink next to it. Somebody else said they went to court against him, and a bunch of, anyways, it's just annoying. It's annoying because Elijah never did this to his sister, and this guy might have done it to somebody else, like his daughter. We're not going to keep showing who it isn't, but that's it. And then there is another one, and he literally is a cop or whatever, but no woman ever hurt her fucking kids. No woman ever hurt her kids. No woman ever hurt her kids. And the only woman up here that we know of that literally chose drugs and rock and roll over her kids was somebody who had 2 kids that were special needs or whatever. And we don't know who it is, but whoever it was somebody who knows Tiffany. And it wasn't Brandon's wife either. Not Stone, but the other one in here, whose body on the ground does not even know any of this stuff at all about what happens in here, or nothing. Because nobody knows about this at all unless you played the game of fucking Thrones. Or if you were, whatever, we're not saying, a UE member in here. Where it's not going to the ground at all, and Judge Krause or whoever he is up there is back with the wrong information again, because the UE got deleted by this man to not stick up for Tiffany Browning again, because he's being forced to, because Tiffany Browning is the one whose power source he's on. Yes. Who's never been in trouble and didn't hurt her kids. Or any kids. And no woman hurt their fucking kids. That's the problem. There's 2 male molesters who we do not need to say who they are anymore, because they are on chains of people who don't want to know that he's on their fucking chain. Either way, they went back in time to set up Elijah, her son. They told her, all right, whether they went by the name of Lovin or not. And that was the whole thing about the mama bear crying about changing the color of his whatever in her dream book to pink jumpsuits, meaning M-wordy stuff or child abuse, right? Because they couldn't hurt Tiffany Browning on the ground because she was a UE member up here. And now she's not a UE member up here necessarily, or there's a bunch of different people in different bodies or whatever. I swear to God, all of us are supposed to be UE members that are in Tiffany's body running through her mouth. But a lot of us aren't. We're just random ass people who don't know what to say because we haven't even been in here, because now it's a whole new set, and that whole judge thing is back up there with the wrong people in his brain stems. They pulled him back up from right before, pissed off at Tiffany and everything else about what's going on in real life. And we don't know how to get up there because we're not over there, and that is so fucking fucked up. With that being said, she's on YouTube. The judge came down here and talked out of her fucking mouth, and we already know what time it is. So if I were you, Krause, whoever the fuck your name isn't, you're live on World Wide Web right now, Tiffany, soliciting yourself for sex when you're not in here soliciting nothing. You're right here as a UE member who was set the fuck up for M&R cases with Eston Ape, like a couple other females were, because they used our bodies illegally. And she never hurt her fucking kids, and neither did they. 2 boys did, and that's it. My kids are Elijah and Saraya. Remind you. It says Tiffany and Mommy, or no, it says Saraya and Mommy on the fucking Empress division, because the UE who gave Tiffany her helmet to protect her kids and everybody else up there with Blue Life Force Water S Corporation calling are the one who gave Tiffany down here on the ground the name Empress. Do you get this? You really want to go against the Bible and everything else that's saying we can't stick up for Tiffany because she's on a chain? Bullshit, you can't. You're all going to go to fucking prison if you don't figure out a way to get up there and get a hold of that motherfucker and get him out of there. He's on a chain with like 32,000 people, and we could sit in front of him and talk out loud, but they can't hear him, and we can't put his body on either. With a link next to it. Hey there, Krause. How are you? You put the whole Ojin on and they could read your mind just then? I think so. Nothing. We're over here dancing, having fun, not giving a fuck. Because we got off our shit. You did? Yeah. Tight. It wasn't them. It was someone like them. It was them. It was, yeah. It wasn't by saying Tiffany was something bad, right? Yeah, it was. When he just literally came down here and said something different, that's not the same person, right? I keep forgetting they're different people. The same people were manipulated by this guy, Pam, Peter, and Camille. Got off their stuff by saying Tiffany did something that she didn't do and a bunch of other stuff. When Tiffany was sticking up for them and everything else. Because it was to Camille. They grabbed that folder off a back window. Number 2's folder desk up there at the alien ship program, thinking that some girl was going to get away with hurting her kids when she was younger, when nobody did. It was just a guy. And all this other shit that was set up all over the internet, and I can't even get down there to tell them anything or figure out how to get back to where they just came from. Because they don't give a fuck. They're just happy that they don't have to worry about whatever wasn't being said, about whatever we're not saying. No, they blamed it on Tiffany, everything, and they said she hurt her kids and everything, dude. You have no idea all this information that they got off of whatever they were on, right? Was because of Tiffany sticking up for them over and over again and refusing to say anything else about anybody's business. Because you gotta be kidding me. This is the same one that would come down here and dance with you to Metallica and shit. The same two that came through here on the FBI track saying they wouldn't meet Tiffany out front because she was a cop 2 years ago at her apartment on Cora Street, who is in fact friends with Mandy, like her best friend, but they don't talk right now. So you're off your shit, and you got all your information, Pam. Evil Pans and Cams. Tiffany didn't do any of this. No female hurt her kids at all. And they are all celebrating everywhere still, dude. And we can't go up there to the grand jury again and they redid it one more time to not persecute Tiffany because this time she's once again on YouTube talking about it out loud because she doesn't give a fuck. She did not hurt her fucking kids. And that one's on YouTube saying, yes, she did. That's why she's a reflection of everybody else in here, which is a bunch of bullshit, bitch, because Tiffany's a UE member and we've already proven it from the people from Arizona. Not to mention the person who set her up already admitted it. And they set up her son Elijah, aka 11, first. When they couldn't set up Tiffany because she was a UE member. Tiffany didn't hurt nobody, bro. She's never hurt her kids or nothing. She's the mama bear on the ground that all these kids love. And most of them know she never did nothing. And she's the one who baby Anton and baby LaShawn and baby Antonio Bay fell into her body for setting her up on the other side for M&R cases with S and Ape. That's not my mom's laugh. Everybody's celebrating because they all got off their charges through Tiffany's power source that proves beyond the shadow of a doubt on this side that Tiffany is so responsible for everybody winning all over the internet, but making Tiffany look guilty because she's still down here connected because she said, fuck you, syndicate, I own this bitch. On the other side in Vancouver, Washington, when she was punking out a syndicate that was racist and made her say, fuck you, hailing Hitler, instead of going like this or like this, right? When she was a UE member and was not supposed to talk like that. And on this side, it was Alcoholics Lost Cause won the syndicate with Willow being in her body. Tiffany not doing drugs at all and them using her body illegally over there because it was to the UE. The literal upper echelon women who gave Tiffany the name Empress down here on the ground and the availability to prove people negatively guilty or negatively honored out of not what we're not saying. See, these people are dancing, having fun over there, and they don't give a fuck because they proved Tiffany guilty, which they didn't prove shit because we can unprove everything they fucking said about Tiffany because it's been Tiffany down here the whole time for 2 years now. It just didn't look like Tiffany before Evil Kraus fucked her over in court, everywhere else, for everything else we're not saying. And we already have the file up here, Cam and Pan. That states Tiffany stuck up for you guys so fucking hard and wouldn't let anybody know your goddamn business code, even when they told her that you guys literally were up there. No, they don't have a 15-year-old, 16-year-old, nothing. Who wished his mom didn't do that up there in Anunnaki land. Who talked to Tiffany with Chris and him, saying, I wish my mom didn't do that, Mama Bear. Because they do have a 16-year-old son, or 17 now, in real life. And Tiffany doesn't even know who he is in real life. When they had evil people driving their train to set people up that were different situations. You've got to be kidding me right now. They're over here dancing and having so much fun, literally, and they're still on her power source using her power supply and everything else in here or wherever they're not at. But they've been kicking it for days, getting drunk and getting high, having fun, not giving a fuck, when they don't even get high at all. They just drink. There is literally 1,000 people feeling bad for Tiffany, and they keep getting worse and worse all over the internet over there. And they don't even feel bad for setting Tiffany up. Because Tiffany was the mom that sat here and crossed the bridge and got off drugs. Literally 2 years ago, needles, drinking, and everything with AK Anthony Ciaz, who did not want to do it out loud because people were watching her, listening to her, recording her, and writing her down and calling her a rat tail. for telling on people when she would not tell them who the fuck killed the fucking SWAT team member because he came down the pipeline saying, Tiffany, you need to turn yourself in? Right. But Tiffany was never in here. She's been on the ground. So these people talk through her mouth. Cam and Pan or whatever were the ones that were on the FBI track or whatever we're not saying. And all that shit. And there was never any of that. It was the back window situation with these people, with the Who writers or whatever. It's just so fucking fucked up that it's fucked up. It's fucked up because Tiffany did not do nothing to nobody. And this guy seems to think she did all of a sudden. Hey there, evil force. You want to remind yourself about whose ISTEM codes you're using, nigga? They said. One more time, Tiffany Browning, who did not get disconnected at Schizo Camp because the UE told her not to because she's on life support and it's the only way she can prove her innocence, and how you guys set her up for S and ape cases, meaning M cases like mole, you know, est, and then ape cases with R words on it like rape, you know, and then SWAT team murders and shit like that, right? To protect what? Evil Force? The one who had an M case on him that was literally on somebody else's chain that wasn't Tiffany's at all? Because it was Tiffany who brought in the AK body on accident, but she didn't bring it in here. They literally sent it to her from the sky like sweaters, 3 of them. She lay down on Mandy's son's bed, literally laid down on Mandy's son's bed, and they scanned her in and out to where she was backwards scanned in. And then the UE women from Arizona literally made her look up at them while they tried to bring her up there with the UE helmet on to protect the kids that were related to the girl who was Katrina, whose body they carried up because somebody on AK's line had M cases on him with S on it. And they literally went back in time and pulled Tiffany's dream book out with her pictures. And it might not even be Tiffany, bro. It might have been somebody different now. We thought they were sticking it for Tiffany on the other side with Soraya and Elijah, where it was like the pink pants picture and the one with the little dress on, all these ones, one with her in the mirror, the one with Marilee, all those ones, yeah, they are not in here over there like they said at all. When they redid the thing and the backwards dream books that were coming into Tiffany's eyes or whatever, they are not there. They're empty. They just thought that they were there because now they're different people that they're sticking up for. Because the UE blackballed Tiffany for disrespecting the judge up here when Tiffany is not in here disrespecting anyone. And you might be saying something different, but Tiffany's not disrespecting anyone because she's not you. She's Tiffany, the one that's over here, who didn't disrespect anybody. Us UE brought the judge down here and put his body on. And he was like, you can't do this to me. I'm a judge. Right? And she explained something really quick, and I don't even know if he heard her enough, but they erased his brain stems and restarted it on a different line with different people in there with still a bad attitude towards Tiffany, saying that it's Tiffany's fault, and now they fixed it so the UE doesn't look bad for saying that these were 2 Tiffany's power sources and ISTEM codes and everything else first on the ground, who's never been in here to use them, let alone prove her own innocence or guilt, knowing and just praying that they're going to remember that they're the ones in the CIA who gave the light scribe to themselves while they said Tiffany Toro and pinned different shit on Tiffany while they gave the rest of it back over there. Or whatever they're not saying, bro. Tiffany Browning's going to prison for the rest of her life for standing up for herself, for not being a pussy juice queen and not being a diseased vagina, saying all this live on YouTube because she doesn't give a fuck, because she knows for a fact she didn't do shit. And somewhere, some way, people know that she didn't because she was a UE member. And we are Christian syndicates and we are Christian mafia. And we forgot that it was Tiffany, the beautiful mom, who crossed the bridge to get off drugs to make up time that she used drugs make up time with Soraya, the Empress, and Elijah 11 in Criminal Mafia. Time lost with her kids doing drugs. Where she wasn't just doing drugs, but we were doing investigations and everything else in the past and recently, doing investigations and everything else through her brain stems for 2 years here and 3 years there in Portland, Oregon. A 5-year settlement statement for giving her brain cancer and giving her liver failure and kidney failure. Right now, she's peeing straight blood out of her fucking vagina is to $1 million settlement statement when you make $90 an hour. But without that being said, what about the fact that they've already made $1 trillion with the Deity Group? And they totally changed Loyalist royalty to be something different because of how bad they made London feel about sleeping with somebody who was underage when it wasn't even London. It was London Fog and them in his body, or the Ogen or whatever, as a setup in progress against London for sticking up for Tiffany because they were refusing to admit that they big voice in the sky knew they set her up on the other side. And so did this guy that kept going, I'm sorry, Tiffany. Which was big voice in the sky in a different situation. Not the big voice in the sky that was talking to Tiffany this morning when she woke up, when she can't see anybody in here, calling her a diseased vagina with a nope on it, when she was never selling herself online, and that black page or black web page or whatever that's a disrespectful situation is now turning into one of those things like, catch this person with the spots, where they fucking know for a fact what's going on in Arizona and everywhere else. It's just that they can't get a hold of Tiffany to let them know to call these people at this number or whatever they're not called. Judges Chambers in Arizona, Commerce calling, she called Interpol. Yeah, bro. Tiffany called Interpol a long time ago. She messaged them and everything. And she did too do an IC3 saying that they owed her $10 million, which is $1 million on the ground in real life, where you're not at, because they killed an innocent mom named Tiffany in a game that she wasn't even playing, to where she's now dying and probably has less than a year left to live because she's sitting here sticking up for people and going to court for people, telling them that they didn't do that and letting them use her brain stems and refusing to rat or narc or paid informant see anybody that she knows did or didn't kill anyone, let alone a SWAT team member. And she loves SWAT, bro. Because Tiffany's right. Why should she ever have to be a narc or a rat or an informant or anything like that when she's never been in trouble? And yeah, bro, she is still down here. And now you can't see her reflection because she's still on the chain they thought she got disconnected from so that they could do whatever they were doing still. And they weren't trying to hurt Tiffany at first. But it wasn't until Tiffany made a big deal about it. Everywhere else we're not saying. And best believe she's live on YouTube talking about all of this shit out loud on different channels, saying the shit. And different people are trying to say different things. Like, it was not Tiffany who did any of this. It was us up here who did it on accident, not knowing that it was never a fucking female hurting her kids on purpose in here. It was literally the illegal usage of a UE member's body that was hurting her kids on the other side, because they're connected to their children like that to keep an eye on them. Not just children either, but their assailant. When they are a law enforcement agency, narking them out, can keep an eye on them in their sidewinder or whatever we're not saying, so they don't accidentally hear the wrong thing either when you're not talking out loud. We've been doing this every day for everybody, but not Tiffany Browning, because we just wanted somebody to blame up here in the UE. And we are the ones that called her the fucking Empress. And this was for Soraya, her daughter. The Empress, the $1 million settlement statement and all this stuff. It was for Soraya, her daughter, who turns 18 in 5 years. Where Tiffany had already earned her keep with her Lambo, working for the federal government to balance the budget for 5 years and show everybody what time it is all across the internet, just here with the USP online, because this is not the red flag that we're not talking about, or the 7 manhunt or whatever that we're not saying. Because Tiffany did not fucking do this. She did not hurt anyone. She's never been in here telling on people. And she did literally sit here for 2 years, quiet, not talking out loud unless we talked out loud of her mouth, letting us do our investigations through her brain stems. Whether we were ratting people out or telling on people or setting them up or whatever we weren't doing. And yes, she does not know who killed the SWAT team member. And yes, she did say, use my body running from the outside of that house, because I refuse to say who did it when I don't know and I'm not a narc or rat or whatever. All I did say was, to prove my innocence, is that we went back in time and asked him right after they killed him, was it a girl or a boy? And he said it was a girl. Or something. Nothing, man. It's because we're still just a V to Tiffany. She's never been in trouble. She's not in here. She knows exactly how things work. But we're still just voices, because she's never talked to a judge on camera. She's never talked to anybody. They won't give her the information to log into nothing. They come down here and talk about it, and the judge keeps coming down here and like, I can't believe I did this to Tiffany. But then he disappears, or he says, I'm so sorry, Tiffany. I didn't realize that was the case. Or I'm going to be rich now because I'm proving Tiffany innocent, or anything. He's just depressed because he can't get down here to say, Tiffany, get off YouTube and shut up for a second. No. No woman hurt her kids at all, even M-wordy way at all, and they're still watching Tiffany over there, and they don't want her to disconnect it. So, because this is Tiffany Soraya's mom down here on the ground, who's never hurt anybody. And I didn't talk to Sal and Tony at all, but I know for a fact that if I was to talk to them on the ground, like a CPS worker would go to their house and talk to them and be like, Sal, when you were married to Tiffany over there on 7th Street or on 10th Street, I mean, whatever street that was that you guys used to live on by Checklog, which was 7th Street, or any other time, do you think that you ever hurt your kids, or that Elijah hurt your daughter, or that Tiffany had a gun to his head and made him do it? No. Do you think that your wife hurt your daughter or your sons at all? No, of course not. Do you think that you were ever arrested in here for hurting your daughter or your son twice? Maybe, because my ex-wife told me that she saw a video of me getting arrested twice for something she knows for a fact I didn't do to my kids. But she's a UE member, and she can prove my innocence beyond the shadow of a doubt. Same with Tony, the redhead with long hair. And knowing that Brandon and Lana were also set up for the same thing, but he had a lawyer able to fix whatever the situation was there in here or whatever it wasn't. And that supposedly Rachel was set up too, and the cops were called, but she got out of it because she's a single mom and they believed her. And they were using Lana's body illegally, and Rachel's too. And I'm not going to say Marshawn Lynch, Jeremy Schroyer's wife, Trinity, whose body wasn't used illegally either, with a daughter also. With a Tara who doesn't have kids, and an Amy who does have kids but who's grown right now. being LaShawn's baby's mom. And Amy in Arizona, Tiffany's best friend, knows for a fact that all of this is true, and she can connect the dots too with LaShawn and everybody from Bamboo Day and Anthony Ciaz almost under arrest because he can't stand up for himself either, because this Anthony Ciaz over here is not Anthony Ciaz. Anthony Ciaz is on a different timeline. Nothing. She hasn't checked her Facebook or anything because she's worried that if she does, it's going to show some illegal shit up here that it's not supposed to show. And I can't go in there to see if it's something that they're not supposed to be looking at or not, because whenever Tiffany clicks on it, there's nothing there. It just goes somewhere different. And that post is bad about Tiffany. It is, yeah. It's saying that shit all over it. Whatever it's saying that shit. And I can see who put it on there. And I'm going to go kill him right now because it's fucking Backyard Window. Bootsy or somebody in this fucking world that we're not at is doing it in here or somewhere else on a different situation, who's a good computer hacker, which is probably number 2, or somebody different. If it's not Twan doing it just to get money or some shit. I swear to God, if you guys do not start sticking up for this woman who's been sticking up for us, I'm going to kill you in real life, and I am that, and I will fucking murder you. All right, well, I'm just going to go ahead and push end stream now.